throughout Genesis chapter 1. Many times the Bible talks about God said, and about 8 times in Genesis chapter 1, God says, let
For the sunshine and the air that we breathe, O Lord, we thank Thee. Thank Thee for the rivers that run all day. Thank Thee for the little birds that sing along the way. Thank Thee for the trees and the deep blue sea, O Lord, we thank Thee.
Add passion to labor. Add passion to labor. Passion is an essential ingredient for success in life. It is passion that drives an individual to go above and beyond what is expected and to continually strive for excellence in work and life. Whether you are a seasoned professional or just starting out, having a strong sense of passion can make all the difference in achieving your life's goals. Passion, that deep, intense desire to pursue our interest and to make a positive impact in the world, is the fuel that drives us forward. Those who are passionate about something are more likely to put in the time and effort needed to excel in that area. The passionate tend to be more engaged and motivated, and they are often able to inspire others to share in their enthusiasm. Indeed, true passion attracts. Why get up, dress up, and head to work just to go do half-hearted work? If you have to work, then don't just put in the hours. Be passionate about what your hands find to do. It is a good book that says, whatever your hands find to do, do it with all your might. That is to say, do your work with all the passion you can. Author David Kosheri says, love what you do and do what you love. Passion is the key that opens the door to abundance and joy. And he is right. Even the dreariest work can become a great experience when done with passion. Find something that ignites your passion and incorporate it into your work. Remember, success is not just about what you achieve, but also about the passion you bring to your work every day. So be passionate. Add passion to labor. And let's end with a quote from author and motivational speaker Mike Littman. He says, the fastest way to pass your own expectations is to add passion to your labor. That's by way of introduction to this morning's Zed in the Morning. Coming up at 6 a.m. is Abdullah Saka with the news.
As we kneel and pray that we were born with eyes to see these things, thank Thee for the fields where the clover is grown. Thank Thee for the pastures where cattle may roam. Thank Thee for Thy...
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Good morning and welcome to the morning news here on Z 101.9 FM. I am Saka Abdullah. Coming up, security analyst Adib Sani expressed his worry over closeness of military installations to civilian settlements in the wake of clashes between youth and naval officers in Tema. Government launches 10-year national service policy to inculcate national values and civic responsibility in service personnel. The PRO of GPRTU has condemned Concerned Drivers Association and other transport operators for increasing fares. And Ghana Society for the Physically Disabled threatens legal action against dancehall artist Shatawale if he fails to apologize for making derogatory comments about persons with disability. Now the news in detail. Security analyst Adib Sani says it is worrying that military installations are in close proximity to civilian settlements. His worry comes in the wake of the clashes between youth in Tema and naval officers during the Plejo festival over the weekend. The exact cause of the clash is yet to be ascertained, with both parties offering varying views on what exactly transpired. Parliament's Defense and Interior Committee is expected to conduct a thorough probe into the incident. Speaking to Z News, Adib Sani said the advancement in technology, among others, make it dangerous for military installations to be close to settlements.
I am also worried about the closeness of military installations to civilian settlements. If you go to other countries, no, the military installations are usually far from civilian settlements because it should be away from prying eyes. Okay, knowing how advanced the world has become and the possibility of someone near you, tapping information without you knowing. Okay, besides, military installations always have armories where they keep their bombs, their missiles, and the rest. And not once, not twice, it has happened when fire cuts these armories. And when they are too close to civilian settlements, it becomes a very dangerous situation, all right? Accra, Ghana has grown over the years. Maybe in the past it was a bit far from civilian settlements because of the growing nature of communities, especially within the greater Accra area. The two entities have merged. All right. So I think going into the future, we really need to take some of these things into consideration. Having military installations very far from town.
Meanwhile, the Tema Traditional Council says it expects police investigations to reveal the truth behind the clashes. Here's the spokesperson for the council, Ni Ama Somponu II.
The launch of the National Service Scheme today.
What precipitated attacks? And it was not an attack per se, but two of the boys were apprehended and sent into the naval base. So they must up there demanding their immediate release because they hadn't done anything wrong. That's all. They decided to find the warrant shots. Who on this earth can attack a military installation when they have all the sophisticated weapons you can think about? Who does that? They were there shouting and demanding the immediate release of their colleagues. That's all. We started this festival last 2 weeks Friday. Well, there was no occasion where we have had any altercation with any security agents, be the police, be the BNI, be the what have you. Besides that, look, the impatience of a driver to stop to allow the possession to cross has caused all this hula balloon. Excuse my language, are we creating them to attack military installation when we know how well equipped they are?
So how is the council going to ensure that there's calm among the people in Tema and that there are no further attacks on the name?
We've done our best to calm this. Tensions were very high on last Saturday morning. But we managed to use the youth leaders to calm their nerves. So it's under control now. Now we are looking up to the police to complete their investigations.
So what do you expect from the police's investigation?
Well, we expect that they will come up with the truth. That's all.
That was the spokesperson for the Tema Traditional Council speaking on the clashes in Tema. Away from that, a 10-year national service policy has been launched by President Akufo-Addo yesterday. The core objective of the policy is to inculcate national values and civic responsibility in service personnel. At the launch, the president said government is committed to providing institutional and logistical support for the effective implementation of the policy.
The launch of the National Service Scheme today marks a significant step in youth development in Ghana. The policy will operate in a manner that provides training, mentoring, and coaching for prospective and transitioning national service personnel, bridging the gap between theory learned in school and the practical demands of the workforce. The state will provide the National Service Scheme with relevant backing to complement other pro-youth institutions and interventions to give all-round and integrated development of the young graduates that pass through the scheme. Strong partnerships and collaboration are essential for institutions to fulfill these measures and mandates. I'm pleased to note that the formulation of this policy involved the engagement of key stakeholders in various sectors, including ministers, departments and agencies, international partners, members of the diplomatic corps, traditional authorities, policy think tanks, academia, and civil society organizations. This broad consultation will ensure that the policy reflects reality, enhances the image of Ghana internationally, and stands the test of time. I urge all stakeholders to maintain the spirit of collaboration during the implementation phase. Government is committed to allocating sufficient annual budgetary resources for the successful implementation of this policy.
The chairperson of the Coalition of Civil Society Networks in HIV, TB and Malaria, Bright Emisa, is calling on authorities to waive the 17 million Ghana cedis that GRA is charging before releasing the remaining consignment of 168 containers of medical supplies sent to Ghana by the Global Fund. Speaking in an interview with Zed FM, Mr. Emisa warned of dire consequences for the well-being of the Ghanaian people if these medicines are not released and quickly put to use.
But who is supposed to pay that money? Is it not Ghanaians? And who does the port belong to? Is it not Ghanaians? Who is GRA working for? Is it not Ghanaians? Who is GRA generating that money for? Is it not the Ministry of Finance? And whose money will it be? Is it not Ghanaians' money? So what then is wrong for us to say this is our own money? We will use it to clear the drugs that are sitting at the port for free so that people can live and then continue to take care of their family, their wives, children, and then our economy can grow.
Moving on, the Ghana Private Road Transport Union has criticized the upward adjustment of fares by the Concerned Drivers Association and some other transport operators. Earlier yesterday, passengers in Accra were met with unexpected transport fares increase by some bus conductors. The increase contradicts the GPRT's statement urging members to hold on to any fare increases until discussions with the Transport Ministry is concluded. In an interview with Z News, Mr. Ibrahim Imoro, the PRO for the union, accused the Concerned Drivers Association of bypassing due process by implementing the 20% increase without concluding discussions with all relevant stakeholders.
We don't just impose upward adjustment of transport fares to the general public. There is a way of going about that. What is the way? Each time we find out that yes, items have changed, prices that we use to run transport has changed, we make our proposals and present the proposal before the Transport Ministry, those responsible for the general public as well. You see? So that is the norm. We don't just come out and say effective from tomorrow we have increased all effect without any justification.
That was the voice of Ibrahim Imoro, the PRO of GPRTU. The Ghana Society of Physically Disabled is threatening legal action against dancehall artist Shatta Wale for making derogatory comments about persons with disability. The society says it has cited a viral video in which the musician is seen making negative comments about his colleague artist Stoneboy's disability. The group is demanding a retraction and an apology from Shatta Wale. National President of the society, Matthew Anokodom, says his outfit will go to court if the musician fails to retract and apologize.
Shatta has been often not respect persons' ability, especially even though he may have or might have some time with Stoneboy. Disability is anyone's, not any time. So Shatta Wale is fan of mocking, using this treatment on Stoneboy. And now it has come to the notice of disability fraternity that we have to let him see from those comments once and for all.
As a society, what do you want from Shatta Wale?
Because Shatta has fans who are persons with disability. So this is serving as a first warning to him, of which we think he would desist from. So we want him to come out and render unqualified apology and retract the statement and remove those pictures that he placed on the social media.
What happens if he doesn't?
So the Act 715 is there, which is a pillar for us to lay ourselves with. So it's just a matter of going to court. Even if you go to president, they will advise that you go to court. When we exhaust the musical and other people who are close to him, and he fails to do that, then we resort to court.
The Ghana Water Company has threatened to prosecute customers to recover monies owed to the company. A statement issued by the water company puts the debt at over 1.2 billion cedis over a 10-year period. Public Relations Officer at the company, Stanley Marty, tells Z News customer debts are impacting its operations negatively.
You are not paying. I see you in court. So to retrieve my money. That's the legal action that we are talking about. But all legal means that we are mentioning is that, one, we have the right to disconnect your services when they are not paying us the bill. And then we have the right to also sue you in court. We have the right also to, let's say, external debt collectors to like any other means that we can use in collecting our money. But we just hope that it will be lawful, it will be legal within the remits of the law. It will not. It's like we won't come and your home and harass you, and let's say pull you out and there's a drug deed or seize your let's say your property to enable you pay. No, those ones no. But we'll do the legal things. Go to use the law enforcement agencies, use the law and everything that is lawful to retrieve our money. And one of the things that we are doing is to publish their names. If after, let's say, May 15th, you haven't done the thing, you haven't paid our monies, we will publish your name in the newspaper, publish the amount you are owing, and then publish the number of the years that you've been owing us. And then or prosecute in court to enable us to retrieve our monies.
You just heard the voice of Stanley Marty speaking on behalf of the Ghana Water Company Limited. That is all time will permit for the morning news here on Z101.9 FM. Before I go, a recap of the major stories. Security analyst Adib Sani expresses worry over closeness of military installations to civilian settlements in the wake of clashes between the youth and naval officers in Tema. Government launches 10-year national service policy to inculcate national values and civic responsibility in service personnel. The GPRTU has condemned Concerned Drivers Association and other transport operators for increasing fares, and Ghana Society for the Physically Disabled threatens legal action against Chatawale if he fails to apologize for making derogatory comments about persons with disability. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with Zed in the Morning.
Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Slow to chide and swift to bless. Praise him. Praise him. Praise him. Praise him. Glorious in his faithfulness. Almighty Father, we thank you this day for your grace and favor. You who are slow to chide and swift to bless, we say thank you. Good morning, lovely people. Once again, you're most welcome to your favorite morning show. Still the show that is full of relevant information. Show full of in-depth analysis. Practical solutions. Nuggets of wisdom for daily life. If it's of personal importance, if it's of national importance, this is your show. A morning show with frank discussions that get to the heart of the matter. And in between, loads and loads of good music. Just to get you in the best of shape for the morning. It's a breakfast show that motivates you. It's a breakfast show that is meant to fascinate you, but ultimately to stimulate your morning. If it is lifestyle, if it is leisure, if it is business, you are the right place. This is Zed in the Morning. Zed 101.9 FM. This is the House of Zion. This is number 6 Anyete Street here in East Legon. I am Jerry Home. Within the first hour of the show, right after this, we're bringing you the news headlines and review. Taking us to 6:50 for sports. And at the top of the hour, business news at 7. So this is how your show is going to be like for the first hour. Zed in the Morning. We're on track.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon and New Beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure, and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the New Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on the journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives. Change is here. Zed Multimedia, your lifestyle, leisure, and business platform.
Good morning. We have here Mr. Kobe Entry, policy analyst, and our very own Mr. Elvis Darko. Gentlemen, what's happening in the news around the world and in this country of ours?
Well, this morning, we want to take this opportunity to apologize to our cherished readers of the New Finder that due to some technical challenges, we are unable to print a paper this morning. So they can't find a New Finder today, and we apologize for that. We hope to sort out ourselves and make sure that tomorrow they have the New Finder and they can enjoy all the good stories. However, other papers are out this morning. I start with the new Crusading Guide. It says Ghana's external debt deal not stalled. Adam clarifies. J.H. Hoggle Transport wins award. Adan chief accused of defrauding his sub-chiefs. Baumia's flat tax rate regime will be a game changer. These are some of the stories on the front page of the new Crusading Guide.
Okay, Ms. Entry, which one do you have?
We have the NSS gets first policy, that's national service. Then we also have government falls on foreign income of Ghanaians.
What paper is that?
The business, the graphic business.
Okay, all right. I'm also looking at the Chronicle. The front page says, aspiring PC donates office to Lada de Kotopo PP. GCB Bank PLC does not owe government of Ghana. That's from the management. And then JK Hoggle Transport wins coveted Total Energies Award. But a big one on the front page of the Chronicle says Peter Tobu fires Interior Minister, accuses him of inciting chief inspectors and inspectors against the police administration.
Yeah, so I have the Daily Guide newspaper, and it says President launches national service policy. Arrest drivers charging illegal fares. No new taxes, finance minister assures. December Post, Mahama promises military barracks in the 6 new regions. And a staff of the National Narcotics Control Commission arrested over cocaine smuggling. These are the stories on the front page of the Daily Guide.
Okay, Ms. Entry.
Yes, no mining in water bodies and forest reserves. This is by Nana Akufo-Addo.
What paper is that?
The Metro Lens.
Okay.
The Metro Lens.
Okay. Any other stories there?
Yes, I haven't seen the issue between the military and then the issue at Temamai here on the newspapers this morning, but I think it's a very big issue.
Okay, I'm still looking at the Metro Lens, and I think there are a number of other stories there. Julius Siem's bold move, foreign income tax to replace VAT on electricity. Then there is IGP Dampari awarded Rotary International's highest honor for dedication to public service. I don't know. I mean, I think
I have the business analyst.
Okay.
It says Ghanaian banks' profitability to weaken. That is the prediction by Fitch, saying that the profitability of banks that we saw this year likely to weaken. We saw last year will weaken this year. So that's the prediction of Fitch.
And they're saying is what? Due to what?
No, well, because I don't have the details of the just the headline.
The cash reserve ratio.
Yeah, so,
then, okay.
Then Mahama calls on African leaders to be more self-reliant. Okay. These are some of the we've made significant progress. After speaking about the IMF deal, that's the business analyst. And then I also have the Dispatch. NDC MP accuses Minister for Interior of inciting police officers against IGP. Iyoko clears Rose Ministry of Prof. Ade's 2023 corruption allegations, and Dr. Busakara explains why he joined Alan Tramantin to form the Alliance for Revolutionary Change. That is the Daily Dispatch.
Okay, I also have here the Anchor, right? Court orders arrest of CID boss, and one other says, it says nobody's above the laws of Ghana. Zonda Tech Shantui outdoor molding equipment for mining and construction sectors. Muslim community rejects Israeli ambassador's donation. And tempest high at Gimpa as over renewal of workers' contract.
And then same in the Crusading Guide, you have a story that says that Baumia's flat tax regime will be a game changer. Then we have the Chronicle that says that GCB Bank does not owe government of Ghana.
So we go to the Daily Graphic. SIC step up partnership. Although based encroachment hampers detention bonds project, detention ponds project, and 50 years after establishment, NSS gets first ever policy. I think these are the newspapers that we have this morning so far, and I think for me, I would like us to start with the policy for the national service, to say that we have established these institutions for 50 years, and it's the first time that we have developed a policy for the service. It's something quite revealing that we can have an institution for 50 years and we don't really seem to have a policy for it. And the president launched the policy yesterday, and I want to look at some of the issues the policy is, although we don't have the document, so we can't really talk about.
Yes, but Mr. Daku,
but there are some few issues.
Before you go on, I mean, what established the national service scheme?
An act was established, but beyond the act, you need to put up a policy. What do you really intend to achieve?
Why has it taken us? Why has it taken us?
That's what I mean. That's something. We don't have the document, but what I can say is that the new direction is to say that personnel should be deployed to areas of national development priority.
Okay.
So, for instance, if the nation considers agric as a national development priority, that means that national service should focus on deploying the personnel more to the area of agric. The scheme, among other things, focuses on undertaking projects designed to combat hunger, illiteracy, disease, and unemployment in Ghana. It seeks to encourage the spirit of national service among all segments of the Ghanaian society in the effort of nation building through active participation. The policy guidelines aligns with the national development agenda are critical in harnessing the job prospects of the personnel.
Mr. Daku, before you continue,
yes.
I think Mr. Inki, you were going to say something.
Yes, because you realize that what they were doing were scattered. This policy gives it some direction because areas that they were deployed to go and serve have been captured in this policy.
Okay.
But what this policy tries to do or attempts to do is to consolidate all the activities of the National Service Scheme so that when you are deployed to a particular sector.
But to the two of you, I mean, I thought this thing, one of the aspirants said it won't be compulsory. Now you're putting policy around the thing. The thing that it won't even be compulsory anymore.
That was Baumia, right?
Yes.
He's saying that the national will no longer be
compulsory. When it becomes.
Yeah, so that's why we need to read the documents to see, because what argument he also makes is also valid. The fact that I have completed school and then maybe I have job at Microsoft, and then the law says I should not be granted that job because I should complete national service before I can work. And therefore that clause in the law will now prevent me from getting that job from Microsoft. You understand it? Let's say Microsoft Google office in Ghana, immediately I finish school, had decided to employ me. And the law says, no, I cannot work unless I finish my national service. And it says that it should be optional. If the person has a job, after all, the person is going to work.
That's what he said. What do you say? What do you say?
No, for me, I've always said, I don't think that national service should be compulsory. You see, in countries where they see themselves as preparing for war, or they are in a situation where they think that anytime so that's why in those countries, national service is primarily for military training. Okay. So that they prepare a group, they call them maybe reserves. Yeah. Like you have a certain basic training in handling arms and the rest, so that in case the nation comes under attack, they quickly push you in there. You know basic things you can do to be able to help the nation fight. But I think that ours was to help deal with issues like poverty, lack of human resources in certain areas. But I had a problem with the way we ran the scheme. Somebody has done engineering or had done some course, and then they're going to put him at a primary school to teach. This person has not been taken to any rudiments of how to teach. He's not been given how to handle kids and all those things. But then National Service say, pay your post and go and teach. And the person goes to the schools there. It's difficult for the person to even do it, or the children to understand it. But the person does not have any training.
Is it not the experience that makes it worth it?
No, what experience?
It's just a year or 9 months or something.
That's what I'm saying. So you see, it's about, apart from the experience. That's what I'm saying. Let's say I finish university. and I'm posted to go and teach in a primary school.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? It's an experience you're about to have.
What experience? You need to impart knowledge. And the kids, you see, teaching is a profession. And how to even write your notes, how to teach the kids, how to handle them, and all this.
Yeah, the professionals can do that,
yes.
but no, I also need to have that experience.
I'm not cutting him, but I think when we are acquiring skills, it should be continuous. You don't go to school and learn one thing,
it's
the
just
theory,
9 months. It's like
and then you come to the field
and
to practice, and you
else.
are taking off what you learned at the theory level to go and do something quite different.
For 9 months?
But that is the continuation.
No, the point, the experience.
You see, that experience can come back later in life when you need.
Don't make service all about the acquisition of skill in the job market, because that doesn't even appear on your CV.
Why? Who said so?
Who
said so?
We make reference to it.
Who said so? Are you telling me that at Zed, if you want to employ somebody here and the person has done his or a national service in a radio station already or in a print media house and has experience, we will not prioritize that person over somebody who does not have any experience at all in that field? You understand?
Don't also forget that previously it used to be 2 years. After A level and then after first degree. Now it's 1 year. So if somebody is making reference to national service he or she has undertaken, you are talking about 2 years reference.
I mean, Mr. Dako and Mr. Imchi, I stayed in a village called Ewutu Bewenu.
Yes.
Somewhere around Obrachire, somewhere around the Ewutu place. I stayed there. I mean, yes, I wasn't a trained teacher, but the experience of living with these people for that period, did that not impact on me in any way before I even entered the uni?
Of course, but here we are comparing what you acquired at the theory level and the immediate practice that you're supposed to learn in addition to what you have acquired.
And it's yours, you are saying
people.
You did A and O level. Yes. So you went to do it even before uni.
Yes, I did.
So you now finish that before you now go and say, I want to do this particular course.
Okay.
Right? But here now you finish the uni and you have done a particular course. And now you have sent to go and do something that is
okay. Now I get what you're
you get it. So when it was 2 years, the idea behind it was that
you can have.
So when you do the pre-university one, exactly. When you go to the university, the experience acquired gives you some background experience to opt for the proper course at the university, and then
now it makes sense.
And then you continue.
So these are some of the issues. But I've even have the decision. I've even suggested that look, we say we want job creation in this country, and agriculture, rearing of poultry, doing certain things. If I come from my community and I finish school and I know there's no job, and National Service says, if you opt to go into poultry or go into this, we will support you with this. I believe that there are so many people in rural areas
they will go into
things that really will lead them into professional. So I think that the scheme, I've not seen the policy, but I think that the scheme should be so flexible that we should give people options that, look, my national service, I want to do it on a cocoa farm. Okay, I want to go and do it in somebody's poultry because I have the intention to do poultry farming. But then when the scheme sits in Accra and they decide that I'm sending you to here, I'm sending you to that place, I think that there's something missing there. You know, during Vincent Kwagbenu's era at National, he started something by going to farming.
Yeah, the farms.
I know they have from this large tract of land, etc. In the Ashanti region, and they produce huge quantities of maize. And I said, in a year, we deploy like 70,000-80,000 graduates in the system, and the government then pays them stipends every month for 1 year. The question is, what's the value that are they generating? So if like we decide that, okay, even to produce only X and for school feeding, 10,000 or 20,000 national service personnel should just be involved in that, then we can really quantify the return on the investments we are making. We spend 100, 200 million cedis a year paying national service allowance. And the question is, how do you then quantify the return on that investment to the state? So I think that there are so many ways we can look at this. If others are using their own for military training, can we also look at our own and say, can we use it to produce poultry, maize, or this and that we can quantify?
But that makes it compulsory.
No, we are not. For now, we don't see the policy. The compulsory aspect.
The scheme must be. But within the scheme, there must be options as to what.
This is the point.
I get what you're saying.
You see, what will bring this under a common umbrella, I think should be elevated. Let's move national service to an authority. Because we are looking at huge numbers, and the amount of money involved in their payment is also very huge. If you make it an authority, they have the power to do so many things. They come out with their own policy, and like my brother just said, if it's about agriculture, they concentrate and produce.
Okay. And you see, even in addition to that, we now have a youth employment agency. After national service, we have gone to create another institute called Youth Employment Agency. The question, why didn't we elevate national service and then add the Youth Employment Agency to the duties of the national service? So that all the young people who the government is trying to help one way to acquire some skill or earn some living will all be under one authority. But then the national service is there, and they will create a youth employment agency, and they will have a national youth authority. So for me,
we would tackle the national service issue at depth after 8 in our talk segment.
In the talk segment.
But I'm also interested in this. So, Mr. Ntwi, the flat tax regime that is being proposed by the aspirant Dr. Bawumia, and it's been said that it will be a game changer. How is this going to be a game changer?
Look at it from the formal and informal sector numbers.
Okay.
If you look at the informal sector, people are working and they are not paying tax. Not that they are not willing to pay, but sometimes the procedure and the process they go through in order to pay the tax.
Okay.
So this becomes a basic thing. You are a tabletop seller somewhere by the roadside. How is this person going to compile his tax invoices and receipts, take it to VAT office and have it processed? All these things, all these processes will be taken out. You are told that every month you are paying 30 Ghana cedis as your flat rate to the government. Now you are going to bring in a chunk of the informal sector, those who are not paying the tax, into the main sector where they become part of the formal sector, and the government's revenue is going to increase. So it's going to be a game changer because now you're going to have higher number of people paying tax to the government, which can be used to do development for the country.
Okay.
And you know, it's now going to bring in the refrigeration technician, the roadside mechanic, we call them, and all those people. That flat tax regime too has to be so flexible, but tied to basic things that all of us will need in this country.
Okay.
So that if you are a refrigeration mechanic and you want to benefit from health insurance, show that you paid your 30 cedis flat rate tax, so that we know that you pay tax to get the free NHIS benefit. So I think that when we make processes easier and rates are lower, people will not hesitate to pay. But then when we make things so complex, and you are doing your small business, Jerry, tabletop, Gary, and this thing seller, and then they come and say, come and pay toll. And they say, oh, you have to do this. It's so cumbersome. But if I know that at the end of the month, with my Momo, I just pay with my Ghana card and I say, this is my tax for 30 Ghana cedis. And because of my Ghana card, my registration, everything, once they put in the Ghana card, they identify who has made the payment. And then I'm there, I receive a soft copy of my payment as receipt for it. Why wouldn't
you hold it around if AMA meets you?
I show it to you. Why wouldn't I be able to pay? Why wouldn't I pay?
It will be friendly, it will be easy.
Easy. So I only want to know the details of how really this system is going to. We have been told it's going to be a flat rate. But for the one who is selling Gary in the corner, the fridge mechanic who is walking around, the mason who is moving from side to side, how do we address the system in such a way that I was telling the last time that if our government, I was saying if you the owner of the building, we estimate that a 3-bedroom building, by the time is that the mason should make 10 to 30,000. Carpenter's charge will be this, that. We put you the owner of the land who is doing the building. That you deduct it from those who are coming to work for you and pay. If you don't pay, we come and collect it because we know you. But the people come to do the work, they may be moving around. So then we import that tax on you, the owner of the land who is constructing the building, that by the time you are done, a carpenter's tax should be this, electrician tax should be this, that, because we done evaluation. And we charge the minimum, barest minimum of the amount.
And again, from the very inception, we should have incorporated in that policy structure that threshold, so that we know you are doing 30 cedis today because this is your table size. We inform you when you move up towards certain threshold, you go to 50. You move up to the next threshold, you go to 70 Ghana, so that the person from day one knows that, look, if I expand my business from one table to, say, a store, I'm going to pay. So that at the time that the assessment comes and that you are told that, look, initially you were paying 30 Ghana, even though we say it's a flat rate, you have moved to the next schedule because you have seen that you have improved in your business. So there should be that regulatory threshold mechanism inbuilt, so that you don't feel that, oh, I'm paying flat rate for the whole of first 6 months I paid 30 Ghana. Now you have come in the fourth quarter of the year and you are telling me that, oh, now you are going to pay 50 Ghana. If you don't inform this person and let you understand the regulatory structure of the tax system, he may not want to pay when you move.
And what the incentive to pay. So government now should also come out with micro loans for these small businesses. They say, look, if you pay and the record shows that you are paying, if you apply for this micro loan, you get it because you get your evidence is that the business you are doing, you are paying your 30 cedis a month. So if now government says there's some 2,000 cedis micro loan or grants for people, it will depend upon your returns that you are paying your tax that will give you that money. Then that one becomes incentive for the person who is doing the tabletop to say, hey, I want to pay because I think that in the future if I want to expand, I may need 5,000 from that micro loan. And by this one, before they will give it to me, they will ask for my tax record to show that I did and pay my flat rate.
Evidence of
then people will now be interested to say what? If there is money I can get as a loan to improve my business, and the only condition is that I should show that I paid my 30 cedis Friday, people are now willing to pay. So I think that we should have all these things, the Maslock and all those, we should now begin to look how we can amalgamate them into one body that provides all these services and then link it to this payment of this flat rate by the informal sector. That's the only way that the informal sector will be interested. So that's what I want to see the details. Jerry, I've been checking about air conditioning technicians. Do you know that when they come and fix this unit for you, now they'll take you 300 cedis just for fixing it. And if they come to service it, it's between 200 cedis and 250 cedis. And a technician can fix 4 of this in a day. If it is servicing, they can service about 10 of it in a day. Do you know what the servicing is? They're just washing the dirt. But to charge you to 250 cedis or 200 cedis, these people are not paying anything to the state.
I think that there should be a new policy on artisan tax payment.
That's the point.
Okay, so on the issue of artisanal tax payment, there's been suggestions that why don't we develop something like a coupon of a sort, so that when he comes to do the work, rather than give him the cash for which he would not pay the tax, I pay him via the coupon. When he goes to redeem it at that place, the tax will be deducted.
See, before you
it's going to be a little cumbersome because the artisan will not come to you.
Yes.
The very moment he realizes he's going to go through some processes.
No, the problem is
if we all don't pay cash,
pay it on a medium where the government will see what he's receiving.
Do you know what is supposed to be that simple solution? If you are not certified, you cannot be an artisan. And then, every assembly now should be given a response to make sure that everybody that are asking your jurisdiction is registered. You see, when they are registered, and you know that this is a registered artisan, and know that before I can get a job, I have to show that I'm a registered or licensed artisan. Because then the law says that if you engage somebody who is not licensed, or you, the person who engages you, are even at fault. So now I will not engage somebody who is not licensed or registered. Yeah. By so doing, because of their registration, you have their Ghana card and everything, now you can now track what they are doing. And if you say they should pay something, you know that this person, really, I know something about this person. But then when you ask this country, I'm asked which district assembly in Ghana can say, I have directorate of artisans in my district.
That's a problem.
They don't really have.
Yeah.
But these are the formalization we are talking about the informal sector. If we can make every district assembly to say, look, formalize this work. And the incentive is that if you are a mason or captain, if you have in our system and we have assembly project to do, we are going to use you to do it so that you get some money. So we all, see, sector by sector, innovation. See, this way we do things that is done always will not give us the solutions. Let's come up with out of the box thinking.
Yeah.
And say, look,
the other angle and the way to go about it is when you're going for your building permit.
Okay.
So that there is a page or a place you feel telling us the artisans you are going to employ. Let us see whether they are tax compliant or the company who is coming to do undertake the construction.
But senior, I mean, the Pampa guys, we want to use area boys.
No, because if we don't get it, you don't get your building permit.
Oh my!
And that becomes a bit more. The compulsion there is more intact, in the sense that you want to build. And I'm saying that, look, the artisans we are going to use are not paying taxes. We have this group of artisans who are all tax compliant, and so we prefer use our own. Exactly. You go to the assembly and say, look, I'm looking for 4 carpenters, I'm looking for 4 masons who are tax compliant. Kindly let them come to my place.
But I'm telling you that I've checked about 4 different air conditioning technicians.
They have an association.
And they don't have an association, but they all are charging the same fee.
Yeah.
They are telling me that in terms of just government services, between 200 and 250. In terms of fixing, they are telling me that 300 to 400 cedis. So though they are not like an association, the amount they are charging seems
It's
to be
across
similar.
board. It's
so
across
if you are
board.
able to register them and you are able to have their details, then you know that when they are charging 200, 250, you say that they are charging 150 and the tax should be paid on 150. So then the rest they should keep. You know the person know that I'm charging 300, the government says I should pay tax on 150. He's happy. Don't say that because he's saying 300, you want to charge the tax on 300. Give them incentives.
We'll come back and continue the discussion. Rather, first of all, we'll do the national service as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Kobe Ntwi, for coming through, and then Mr. Elvis Dako as well. 6:50. What is happening at 6:50? It's sports with Nia Kwei, the sportscaster.
Here's Mensah. This is positive. Williams. Kudos. The Korean joy did not last for long. Martinez.
Oh my gosh, Kudos, Mapavana from Guyana.
All right, so time check is 6:50 exactly GMT, wherever you may be tuned in from. This is Z Sports on Z101.9. And it's time for Z Sports. Very, very interesting segment coming up yesterday. For those of you who followed, Chelsea again back amongst the numbers. A total demolition of Everton at the Stamford Bridge. And Cole Palmer is the guy. A perfect hat-trick, left foot, right foot, and a header. What a dominant display from the Blues. All right, so the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals take place tonight as Barcelona face PSG at home, whilst Dortmund also welcome Atletico Madrid to the Signal Iduna Stadium. All right, we get straight into the action from the local front, starting off with our very first one. Ghana will participate in the final Olympic qualifier in Bangkok, Thailand. This follows an approval by the Sports Ministry for the tournament scheduled for May 22 to June the 2nd. United States-based Dr. Onela Satud, a middleweight boxer, will join 6 yet-to-be-selected members of the Black Bombers team for next month's tournament. Ghana is still waiting for its first boxing slot at the Paris Olympics after failing to secure qualification despite participating in 2 previous qualifiers. All right, so switching focus to the Ghana Premier League. Yesterday, Accra Lions recorded a 2-0 win over Bibiani Gold Stars FC to wrap up match day 26 of the Ghana Premier League. A goal in each half from Yaya Mohammed and Kwame Awuni handed Lions the important win at the Accra Sports Stadium. Accra Lions head coach Ibrahim Tanko spoke to the media right after the game.
And very good points for us, looking at where we climbed at the table. I think the boys did very well. I mean, we create a lot of chances, and then winning 2-0 against Bibiani is a very good result for us. Yes, I think it's true, but I mean, we scoring 2 goals against a tough club like Bibiani is not an easy job. Yeah, definitely we are going to keep on working till we keep on scoring. I mean, he's a young player, that's why he's a young player. He have to make a lot of mistakes for him to correct it by himself. So definitely we are going to encourage him to go on. I mean, it's better for him to get the chances than not getting anyone. So we'll encourage him to go. Oh yeah, well, I mean, we lost a very good player in Sobila, but definitely, like you said, Shaukan is doing the job very well. So we are happy for that. No, I mean, we take a game by game. The next one is against Karela outside. So we see what will happen.
All right, that was Accra Lions head coach Ibrahim Tanko speaking to the media after the game. And moving on to our next story, former Zambia captain Rainford Calabar is in a critical but stable condition following a fatal road accident on Saturday. According to the country's Football Association, the 37-year-old was a passenger in a Mercedes-Benz when it collided with an oncoming truck in the southeastern Zambian town of Kafue. The female driver of the car in which Calabar was traveling was killed. The country's football association say Calabar, who is in hospital, suffered internal injuries. All right, as per usual, we extend our focus beyond the shores of Ghana and the continent and into the global front. Moving to our first story, Everton's appeal against their second point deduction for breaking the Premier League's financial rules will be heard urgently and a decision made before the end of the season. The Toffees had a 10-point deduction reduced to 6 on appeal in February for the 3-year period to 2021-22. The Premier League said the appeal case, which was lodged yesterday, will be heard on an expedited basis. Sean Dyche's side sits 16th on the table, 2 points above the drop zone. And yesterday, Sean Dyche made no excuses after Everton suffered an embarrassing 6-0 loss against Chelsea last night. The Toffees were second best in all departments at the Stamford Bridge as fears of Premier League relegation heightened. Everton were 4 goals behind by half-time, with Cole Palmer netting a hat-trick and Nicholas Jackson on target. It was a perfect game for the Blues. There was a little squabble about the penalty in the second half. Of course, everybody wanted to get in on the party. But come at the man, Cole Palmer to the rescue. He surges ahead on the leaderboard for the highest goals of the season alongside Erling Haaland. He was in 6th place before the game began, but he elevated his position to the apex of that table, 20 goals apart with Erling Haaland. And let's hear, obviously, from Sean Dyche.
Ugly night, collectively a down night without a shadow of a doubt. Perfect storm in the way that every mistake seemed to get punished. We went after him at the beginning. I mean, the start point of the game is spot on. You know, went after him. Still that strange feeling around Chelsea and the story this season. Thought, could we get after him? Could we step on the front foot? Could we make it uncomfortable? Which we did. Miss a chance straight away. But the goals are miles off. So, I mean, you know, people learning their trade, the 2 midfield players, young players, good players, earning their spurs and learning about football. But you've got to get tackles in. You've got to break the play. You've got to read anticipate what's going on. And that was miles off, absolutely miles off tonight, collectively miles off. Mildly better in the second half. Basics, you've got to do the basics, which we didn't do. You know, the pressing's right, but then you have to recover. You know, it's still a good bunch of players, Chelsea, you know, and they play around you. Then you've got to recover.
And so, staying with that particular game, Chelsea manager Mauricio Pochettino has described the penalty chaos involving Cole Palmer, Noni Madueke and Nicholas Jackson as a shame. Madueke looked to have won the argument to take the penalty until captain Conor Gallagher stepped in to hand the ball to Palmer. This move infuriated Jackson, who barged in and tried to wrestle the ball back. Gallagher and Palmer had to push the forward away before the 21-year-old buried the spot kick to make it 5-0. Safe to mention that Nicholas Jackson got on the score sheet also for Chelsea. A very, very dominant display. And the Blues actually have a chance of finishing 6th per the permutations in the English Premier League.
Yes, I think after we need to talk about the game because it was a fantastic game. But first of all, I want to tell you that to make clear that they know, the player knows, the staff know, the club know that the taker is on penalties is Cole Palmer. All that happened after is a shame. I am so upset about the situation. We were talking on the dressing room about the image that we sent to because it's Monday night, you know, football, and I said in every single country they were watching the game, and we cannot send this type of image. It's a shame. I want to apologize to football people and our fans because that is unacceptable. And the discipline is the most important thing on the team. That is a collective sport. That of course player need to show.
That was Chelsea manager Mauricio Pochettino speaking after the game about the penalty incident. We've waited, we've anticipated, and now we are absolutely elated. It's the second leg of the quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League tonight. Barcelona at home at the Camp Nou against PSG. On aggregate, it remains 3-2 after Barcelona took that victory at the Parc des Princes last week. Borussia Dortmund also up against Atletico de Madrid after losing 1-2 at the Wanda Metropolitano last week, and this time at the Signal Iduna, Dortmund look to turn their fortunes around and proceed to the semi-finals of the competition. It promises to be a very, very interesting night, and of course, Z Sports will keep you updated via social media handles, ZFMGH on all platforms, on X, on Instagram, on Facebook, also on YouTube, and make sure you are locked in every single minute of the day. And finally, we move to the world of boxing. American heavyweight Deontay Wilder has signed with Matchroom Boxing and will face Zhilei Zhang as part of the 5 vs 5 card against Queensberry Promotions on the 1st of June in Saudi Arabia. Wilder's link-up with promoter Eddie Hearn came as a surprise as Matchroom and Queensberry unveiled their fighters in the most spectacular fashion at the news conference in London. The 10 fighters wore white masks before being unveiled one by one. Heavyweight Daniel Dubois will of course face Philip Hergovich in the world title final eliminator in Riyadh, and Liverpool featherweight Nick Ball will challenge WBA world champion Raymond Ford. All right, it's been a pleasure to be the voice behind the MIC once again on Z Sports. My name is Niakwe, the sportscaster. My colleague Gatuso to the Power 7 will be here later on the evening drive, and I'll be back tomorrow as well with a Wednesday midweek edition of Z Sports. The business segment comes up next, and remember, the message is always simple but golden. Whatever happens, do not count the days, make the days count.
Here's Mensah, this is positive. Williams, Kudus, the Korean joy did not last for long.
Oh my gosh, Kudus, the piranha from Guyana.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Hello, welcome. This is the business news segment of Zed in the Morning. I am Saka Abdullahi. Some of the stories coming up are: BOG plans to maintain a tight monetary stance in its fight against inflation. Ghanaian financial market indicators show contrasting trends, and on the international front, China's economy is growing faster than expected in the first quarter. Ghana's central bank is unlikely to yield to calls from businesses to reduce borrowing costs, as it remains committed to further monetary tightening in response to increasing inflationary pressures on the Ghanaian economy. Measures taken by the regulator in the past year more than halved inflation, producing a relatively stable currency and exchange rate regime. Governor of the bank, Dr. Ernest Addison, has been touting the progress made in the past year, which have culminated in a stamp of approval from the International Monetary Fund. He indicated the bank's resolve to maintain a tight monetary stance to keep inflation under control.
Substantial macroeconomic dividend. Inflation has dropped significantly from a peak of 54% at the end of 2022 to 23% in 2023. The exchange rate remained relatively stable throughout last year, supported by tighter monetary policy and stronger foreign exchange reserves. Economic growth has surprised on the upside. During the first quarter of this year, this progress has continued, although we have witnessed some slowdown in the pace of disinflation, primarily due to a variety of factors, including adverse base drift effects. The expectation, however, is for the disinflation process to resume in the second quarter of 2024 and beyond, driven by continued maintenance of a tight monetary policy stance. Our expectation for end-year inflation of 15 plus or minus 2% remains unchanged.
The progress made is reflected in the international reserve position of the country.
We have also continued to strengthen our foreign exchange reserve buffers, and our current account balance has improved. Despite the delays in disbursement on some donor support, our foreign exchange reserves have remained steady and is reported at $6.2 billion as of 5th April 2024. We will continue to implement the policies that have helped sustain that progress.
While some economies, including business associations, are pushing for a reduction in the benchmark interest rate, other analysts have urged the central bank to be cautious in reducing its rate. Moving on, the Ghanaian financial market exhibited mixed performance with contrasting trends observed across key indicators. While the Ghanaian cedi experienced depreciation against the three major trading currencies, the stock market saw an upsurge in its indices. Access Bank, MTN Ghana, and GCB emerged as notable gainers in the stock market, contributing to the overall positive momentum. For a more in-depth analysis of these developments and their implications, we turn to Tessa Capital for further insights.
Welcome to a recap of the markets brought to you by Tessa Capital Limited. On the first trading day of the week, the Ghanaian stock market commenced positively, witnessing an upsurge of the stock indices. The composite index surged by 62.59 points, concluding the day at 3,504.23 points, marking a 1.82% rise from last Friday. Similarly, the financial stock index experienced an increase of 26.2 points, indicating a 1.30% uptick. Market capitalization also saw a rise of 0.86%, reaching 78.3 billion Ghana cedis compared to the last trading session. During the day's trading, Access, GCB, and MTN Ghana emerged as the gainers, with their share prices soaring by 7.87%, 8.81%, and 2.56% respectively. Access closed at 4 cedis 80 pesos per share, GCB at 4 cedis 20 pesos per share, and MTN Ghana at 1 cedi 60 pesos per share. Conversely, New Gold ETF was the sole decliner, experiencing a 1.24% drop, settling at a share price of 318 Ghana cedis. Market activity displayed improvement compared to the previous session, with a significant surge of over 10,000%. The total volume traded stood at 7,472,961 shares, with MTN Ghana emerging as the most actively traded security. By the session's end, the total value traded amounted to 12,134,143 cedis and 18 pesos. In the day's forex market session, the Ghanaian cedi experienced declines against major currencies. It depreciated against the US dollar by 0.08% and against the British pound by 0.15%, and also against the euro by 0.04%. According to the mid-rates provided by the Bank of Ghana, the trading day concluded with the Ghanaian cedi settling at 12 cedis 99 pesos to 1 US dollar, 16 cedis 20 pesos to 1 British pound, and 13 cedis and 83 pesos to 1 euro. This brings our review to an end, and from all of us at Tessa Capital, make it a great day. Visit us online at www.tessacapital.com or call us on 050-154-6859 for more information. Tessa Capital, grow your wealth.
That was Tessa Capital, a leading financial institution in Ghana, with that insightful update. Moving on to some international news, China's economy made a stronger than expected start of the year, even as the crisis in its property sector deepened. According to official data, gross domestic product expanded by 5.3% in the first 3 months of 2024 compared to a year earlier. The expectations beat the world's expectations, seeing growth slow to 4.6% in the first quarter. Last month, Beijing set an ambitious annual growth target for the world's second largest economy of around 5%. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics also showed first quarter retail sales growth, a key gauge of China's consumer confidence, also fell to 3.1%. In the same period, property investment fell 9.5%, highlighting the challenges faced by China's real estate firms. The figures came as China continues to struggle with ongoing property market crisis. According to the International Monetary Fund, the sector accounts for around 20% of the economy. The latest data also showed new home prices fell at the fastest pace for more than 8 years in March. The real estate industry crisis has been highlighted in January when property giant Evergrande was ordered to liquidate by a court in Hong Kong. Rival developers Country Garden and Shimao have also been hit with a winding up petition in the city. Last week, credit ratings agency Fitch cut its outlook for China, citing increasing risks to the country's finances as it faces economic challenges. At the annual gathering of China's leaders in March, officials said the economy grew by 5.2% in 2023. For decades, the Chinese economy has expanded at a stellar rate, with official figures putting its GDP growing at an average of close to 10% a year. That is all we have for you on the business news segment this morning. Before I leave a recap of our major stories, BOG plans to maintain a tight monetary stance in its fight against inflation. Ghanaian financial market indicators show contrasting trends, and China's economy is growing faster than expected in the first quarter. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with the show.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
debt deal with two bondholder groups in its push to restructure $13 billion of international bonds. And this was said by the government on Monday in a blow to the country's effort to swiftly emerge from default and economic crisis. Former talks were on hold for now after the IMF indicated that the deal would not fit its debt sustainability parameters. So the finance minister, the office of the finance minister, not him personally, said we will regroup to continue negotiations until we reach a deal that is consistent with IMF debt sustainability targets. He said Ghana had reached an interim deal with bondholders, but it needed to be tweaked to meet IMF targets. So you see, there was this story 2 weeks ago where the IMF boss, that was even last month, was in town, and she said that in negotiating with the bondholders, we should try as much as possible that they don't twist our arms or they don't force us. You remember that statement? And I said, if you are owing somebody, you cannot not say that don't twist my hand, because your hand is already in the person's mouth, right? So yeah, the excitement was on. Ghana is meeting its debt sustainability, but now it seems that there is a little hold up. Why? Because two of the bondholder groups are saying no, and IMF is saying that yes, the deal you are agreeing with them, we also would not agree. Don't forget that Ghana has been in formal talks with these two groups of bondholders since March 16th, and they are a group of Western asset managers and hedge funds, and another one including African regional banks, some regional banks here in Africa. The regional group has also rejected part of the proposed changes, including an option to retain the original value of the bonds with a longer maturity and lower coupon. So it seemed it was smooth sailing on the whole emerging from the economic crisis. Then IMF said we were meeting some of the targets, but IMF had said, the lady had said that we should be careful when it came to negotiating with the bondholders. And right now it seems as if there's a little nag. Let's discuss that quickly on Top Story before we move into the top of the hour 8 for the discussion on the new policy for national service.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Are you copying? 0243 41 6351 or 0544 35 1019. 0544 35 1019. Call. This could be the job of a lifetime, the job you've been waiting for. You also have a business and you want some good advertising to go with that, just so that your brand is presented before those who really matter to your business. Why don't you call ZFM and the New Finder as they combine to give you an exciting advertising package? 0243 41 6351 0243 41 6351 or 0544 35 1019. Also, you enjoy the best shows on your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio. Z101.9 FM. Tune into Z101.9 FM this and every Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and Wednesday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And listen to Country Express with Tommy Annan Folsom, the king of country. Also, Z101.9 FM presents The Brighter Side with NYA The Brand. That's a show that starts at 10 a.m. and ends at 1 p.m. this and every Monday through to Friday. Also tune into Z101.9 FM and listen to Highway 1019 with Ofroyo Oyo and the gang. Monday to Friday, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. You should also tune in. You don't want to miss this one. Every Sunday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. DDM brings you Zed Gospel Groove. Zed Gospel Groove with DDM every Sunday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Are you aware that Living Word with Dr. Mensah Otabil is also right here on this dial? 5:30 a.m. Mondays to Friday. 5:30 a.m. Mondays to Friday. Right here. Living Word with Dr. Mensah Otabil. Saturdays at 8 a.m. You need to keep your dial here. Why? Because Professor Stephen Adai, yes, that Professor Stephen Adai, I beg your pardon, is coming here with Time with Professor Stephen Adai. The theme is Abundant Living. Also tune in every Tuesday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. and listen to the show titled I Have a Story to Tell with Honorable Fritz Bafo. He's interviewing some amazing Ghanaians who are doing amazing stuff. So yeah, today being Tuesday, you'll be here 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Honorable Fritz Bafo brings you the show titled I Have a Story to Tell. If I are owing two people, one of them comes to tell you that, okay, let's negotiate how we are sorting this thing out. I mean, I'll give you money. I'll sort you out. You know, me, you've been owing me for long, so I know the way your life. In fact, you've been owing me since teaching.
Yeah.
However, that guy you also owe. When he comes and he's here to negotiate with you on your issues, make sure he doesn't bully you. So, you know, negotiate hard on his side so that I can give you money so that you are fine. And I told you that when that woman came in to say that thing, that you cannot go and negotiate hard when you are owing somebody. What has happened in the Eurobond space?
Yeah, I think what the IMF woman said, I think the bondholders might even be angry with that in the sense that in the entire bond restructuring, the debt owed to the World Bank and the IMF have not been affected.
Okay.
So for them, they are keeping their money intact with their interest.
But
they are telling us that we should go to the private market and go and get the private individuals and organizations that gave us money. We should tell them that they should reduce the interest rate on their loans and change the maturity rates to a point that we can reduce our debt from the current 85-90% to about 55%.
And I told you.
So we started this debt restructuring by working with the domestic debt bondholders.
Yes.
And we achieved 85 success rate for the DDEP. And then we went ahead to do a similar arrangement with the bilateral partners, country to country debt. And that one too, we succeeded and we reached a deal. For the multilateral donors, IMF and the World Bank, they said no, they are monies that we owe. If we want more money from them, then we cannot touch whatever we have with them. So it didn't apply to their money. So whatever debt you owe the IMF and the World Bank, we couldn't restructure it because then we needed more money from them, so we couldn't restructure them. So their own was intact. And now it was left the final group of people to deal with, which is the private individuals who actually lent us money, who gave us loans. And these are the ones we call the Eurobond bondholders, the Eurobond holders. Now, our agreement with them is vital to the entire IMF program.
Yes.
Because then we need a certain percentage of a reduction in their interest and even maturity and the rest to be able to achieve what we call to reduce our debt to 55% to GDP. Now, went to the discussions and
the IMF said we shouldn't be bullied.
Now, went to the negotiations, and one of the key issues that came up was that they are saying that, okay, well, you say currently you are broke, so you need some reprieve. Okay, if we are going to give you a reprieve that we are even yet to agree on, we want to give you the reprieve on condition that the moment that your economy starts growing, we return to the interest rates that we originally agreed. So even if we negotiate and we agree on a reduction on the interest rate, then when the economy starts growing, then we revert back to the old system and collect our money back from you. And Ghana said, no, we will not agree to that. So that is one thorny issue of the discussions that we had. So back, forth, we claim that we have reached some agreements with them.
Okay.
We wanted them to reduce their interest rate by as much as 33%. That is what we are asking for, so that we can achieve our 55% to GDP rate figure. But these are some of the issues. For the government of Ghana, it opposed the proposed deal made by the bondholders. So we look at their bonds maturing in 2030, 2038, and 2027. And then we are looking at other things we want them to do. In total, these people are going to get a haircut of about 33%.
Okay.
And they said no.
Of course.
The 33%, they won't accept it.
Because, Mr. Daku, fundamentally, that money is also not theirs.
No, yeah, they're also investing on behalf of
Thank you very
people.
Much. Thank you.
They're also investing on behalf of people, because many of them are private equity firms that are putting the money on behalf of their clients.
Exactly.
So they also have to account to their clients of how well they invested their money. So this 33% cut we are looking for in the negotiations could not be achieved.
The domestic, what was the cut? What percentage?
Domestic, we had about a similar percentage of about 30-something% of the total debt gone. So now the people say no, this is what we are willing to give you. That figure that they are willing to give us, unfortunately, is yet to be disclosed. But then when Ghana presented that agreement we reached with these Eurobond holders to the IMF has rejected the agreement, because per the IMF, that percentage that the Eurobond holders have agreed with us, it means we can't achieve the target of 55% to GDP rate.
Of course.
If we accept that. But for the IMF program, the agreement is for us to reach the 55%. And since we have already done the domestic debt, we've already done the bilateral country-to-country debt. Yep. It's only left with the private equity holders their money. And therefore, if we don't achieve that 33% there, then it means that the 55% GDP is not achievable, which means it will throw all the IMF bailout program indices out of condition. And these are critical issues as we speak, because, see, further releases of any money from the IMF is linked to us reaching these agreements with the bondholders. Because now we've cleared, the last $600 million that was released, delayed. The reason being that the condition is that we should meet the bilateral partners and conclude the agreement. They have a deal,
which we successfully did.
Which we told that instead of the money being released earlier, because we couldn't get the agreement on time, the money has to delay about 2 or 3 months before the money finally came, because it was then that we actually got that agreement with the bilateral partners. So now that this Eurobond issue is now a problem, how do we get it? Because now the minister is saying that, we will go back and negotiate and see if we can achieve because this is what we have now, the IMF target is not achievable. And therefore, we have to go back to negotiations. Clearly, from the information that has come out so far, the Eurobond holders have made their position clear. It's either take it or leave it.
Especially because you owe me, your hand is in my mouth.
It's just like, take it or leave it. This is what we can give you. This is what we think we can give you. So whether you have a target to meet of 55% to GDP is none of our business. We actually listened to you. We gave you some treatment. We are able to reduce that debt for you to this percentage. That is what we, those who are investing on behalf of people, think we can afford you in terms of the reprieve you are looking for. Anything outside that we cannot. And we have been having these discussions with the IMF, bailout, back and forth with this Eurobond holder for some time now.
Okay.
For some time now. So it's obvious that it was a very difficult negotiation. And finally, because we are at the wall, we have to accept what they gave us and say, let's present to IMF and see what the IMF will accept. Unfortunately, the IMF says no, we are not accepting this, or go back. I think that we are in for a difficult situation. We are in for a difficult situation because Clearly, private people will not easily forgive you their money.
That's what I
It's
said.
not a bilateral
ago.
debt of government to government. Government to government, you can go and do some things behind the closed door. Some big person somewhere will just call the finance minister and say, look, this country, we have a good relationship with them, so you try and what?
Yeah.
Let them have their way. Let's go. But for individuals who have given their money to private equity firms and say, invest my money for me, and they promise them returns on the investment for those people, and then they come and invest in your instrument, and now you say you are broke, so you need a reprieve. They can only give you a reprieve to a certain point. They cannot go beyond a point that will also make them also lose their business. So at this point, obviously, the Eurobond holder have sent a message that, look, this is what we can offer. So when the Minister of Finance said we're going back to do a negotiation, it's not a bad thing to go back and say that you gave us.
No, but that's the only thing. You must go back.
Yes, IMF has rejected to still have mercy on us. But as to whether those people are going to say they want to have any mercy on us, it's another issue. And if I'm even a private bondholder, I may also not have a mercy on you, because the IMF that is pushing you to come to me, their money, they say they don't want it to be touched. They say the debt restructure, they don't touch their money. Because if they touch their money, they won't give you more loans again. And then their money is intact. And then they are the ones who are telling you that, as for me, come and tell me that I should reduce my money. Ghana does not pay any dues to the private bondholders. We pay dues to the IMF every year. We are a member of the IMF. So if the institution we pay dues to, we are a member to, we have part of our money there, they are not willing that their money should be touched. Why is there a private bondholder who does not owe you anything, who you don't pay any dues to? Why do you think that they should be listening to? So I think that the position of the IMF, and this is what delayed the Zambian program.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same bondholders that actually held Zambia hostage, because at the end of the day, the Zambia situation is that they also went to the same route we are going through.
Yeah.
Through the bilateral discussions and all the, but then their discussions with the bondholders became problematic, because what they were looking for to satisfy the IMF, the bondholders were not willing to give. So Zambia has been there for 3 years now. They are still yet to complete their program with the bondholders. So clearly, if we are looking at what transpired between Zambia and the Eurobond holders, obviously that we are in for a long haul. And that was what the IMF managing director cited, that we should try and avoid a situation that Zambia found itself in. Because they went to the negotiation with the Eurobond holders. They, according to her, the Eurobond holder twisted the arms of Zambia. So they couldn't get what they needed to be able to complete the IMF project.
You see, this March 18th was when that story came out. And remember we discussed it here, when she said, you need a better deal from Eurobond holders. Don't allow them to twist your arm, IMF boss, to Ghana. And he speaks about the fact that Kristalina Georgieva was advising Ghana to reach a better deal with its Eurobond holders, saying failure to do so risk prolonging Ghana's debt situation.
Which is what we are.
Which is where we are now.
That's the same thing that has happened to Zambia. That's why Zambia's situation 3 years, they are still hanging in there, still hoping and still pursuing the Eurobond holders, because IMF are taking an entrenched position that if you don't get a good deal there, then the program is on hold. Complete that process and we continue. And Zambia does not be able to make any more inroads with the Eurobond holders. And now we seem to have hit that position now.
Yeah. So
that the people say this is what we can offer.
Take it or leave it.
You are a beggar. A beggar has no choice. But you want to be a beggar with a choice. We even had mercy on you.
No, it's not a beggar with a choice. A beggar with no choice, but the big sister says when you go
look for a choice.
Yeah,
but the big sister is not willing to allow you to cut their interest on their money or forgive you part of their money.
Madam Georgieva warned of a fair deal with the Eurobond holders to avoid the Zambia situation where the official creditors disagreed with the restructuring terms with the commercial creditors.
Yes.
The deal with the Eurobonds has to be a fair deal. Otherwise, we risk seeing what happened in Zambia. In October 2023, I thought the deal was done. Then the
Zambia.
Yes. Then the private sector twisted Zambia's arm and then tried to give them a better deal than official creditors. So that is my reflection. A critical time close to the top, but we still need to do a bit of climbing. So Ghana was proposing 30 to 40% haircut for Eurobond holders, and they say what?
In fact, as part of the negotiation, we ended up at 33. They still said no way.
We won't do.
33% of our money, our interest that we expected to go, we will not do. And then the argument of Ghana is that, look, we've paid you higher than normal interest rates. So you also enjoyed a lot from the whole thing. So if we are where we are today, you are also part of the problem. Because the rate we are giving you, you won't get it anywhere in Europe. So if you realize that we are giving better rates, you came here, we are able to pay you the interest for a certain number of years, and now we are hard up. We all chop the money, now left with the bones. So then let's now come back and see how we can put some flesh on the bone.
So what we are saying is, listeners should be aware that it is not all rosy like it was said yesterday.
Story and said it's going to be a long and bumpy road. When we chose this option, I wrote a story. It's going to be a long and bumpy road. And
Lots of bumps.
I cited the example of Zambia. I cited the example of Eritrea or South Sudan. I think they went to the whole they go to the end. Then they told them that but you are not a producing country. But oil prices are going up, so your claim that you can't pay your debt is nullified, zero. Go back and sell your oil and come and pay the money. After more than a year, 20 to 2 years of negotiation, and at the end of the day that they think that we are going to get a deal, then the clause they used was that, when you say you are broke, you don't have money, and one of the commodity prices had gone down. Now the commodity prices are rising, and since you produce oil,
you are no more broke.
You are no more broke, so go and sell oil and pay her.
We pray it won't happen in Ghana's situation.
No, but it will happen because now oil prices, look, you can see oil prices, and if the cocoa prices are going up, you understand? So they can tell you that, but oil and cocoa prices, gold is even hitting record highs, and it's predicted that gold will even hit almost $3,000 an ounce. So if you look at the commodity prices, which we deal in more, they will tell you that, look, you are going to make money, and I think that is why they are insisting that then if they will agree to what we are asking for, the condition will be that the moment we are growing, the economies are growing at beyond 5% and above, then they will revert to the old system and go and collect their money.
Yeah.
And we also know very well that in the next 2 or 3, the economy will be growing at that percentage.
Exactly.
But then when we revert to that, the pressure will come back because the amount of money we need to pay will be, so we want a forever deal to say that if we read the deal, we are not going back.
You see, interesting.
And they also think that it's not a fair deal to them.
The Reuters story I started this discussion with has said that the regional bondholders believe a deal is still possible before the end of the year, given the Ghanaian economy is performing better than assumed in the IMF's original analysis. And this was said by one Samuel Sule, who is a chief executive officer of Renaissance Capital Africa and financial advisor to the group.
Yeah, so the deal is possible simply because your economy is now growing. So if it's growing, then you don't need the kind of haircut you want to give us. Because there's evidence that you are not that broke anymore. So you cannot force us to give you that deal. So by the end of the year, we see that, but your economy is doing well, so why do you need, like that's also the one they were told that go and sell your oil and pay. But so for them, you see what the investors are thinking.
Of course.
They are saying by the end of the year. The sense
Can we afford by the end of the year? I thought we were waiting for some third tranche to come.
That's the issue. The point is that if we don't get these things on time, releases from IMF too are likely to be locked up. And when that happens, you know the consequences. With all the 1.2 billion coming from the IMF, the city is still above 13 cities as we speak to the dollar. So you can imagine that these expectations become problematic. And the government is tied in because it's also looking for some $200, $300 million, $600 million that the World Bank and the IMF is also promising. And that if they also say, IMF, then cut your own, then those monies too will not come. So as for the IMF, the World Bank, let's leave them. Because we are expecting some more money from them, so let's leave them there.
This 360 million IMF third tranche that was actually on the front page of the Finder.
Yes.
We're saying that based on these Eurobond discussions,
yes,
it could be affected.
That's what they are looking. That's why they are sitting on it in June. That's why, under normal circumstances, we are in April. Like the money is to come early. Maybe by the end of April, the board has several meetings, but they planned our meeting in June, expecting that we should go back for a deal
with the Eurobond holders.
That's the point, and hoping that by the June we'll be able to reach a deal, because we already presented this deal we have reached with the Eurobond holders to the IMF, and they've still done no. So because they rejected it, they will not fix us for any of their meetings until June. You understand? We are going to May and June. They're going to have several meetings in this month. Next month they'll have several meetings for different countries. but they shifted our own to June.
And all
hoping
of this,
that go back and negotiate and try to get a deal, a better deal that will meet our debt sustainability analysis.
And all of this is happening in an election year.
Yes. You understand it? So right now, the IMF has put us, you see, that is why we have to understand what is good happening. They are just set us a trap. If you don't get a deal by June, even in June, you will not be part of their meeting.
Yeah.
They only put you on their meeting to consideration for approval.
If your conditions meet.
If you're able to go and get an improved deal, that they will accept. Then by June, they will fix you as part of their board sitting to consider this 360 million. So yes, the review shows that you are doing everything, but there's one that is left. That is the bondholders. And that's the same thing happened the second 600 million. When they finish the start, they say, oh yeah, you are qualified for the 600 million, but you are supposed to reach a deal with the bilateral borrowers before that money is released. So then back forth, we're running with it. So you took, after the staff review, it took about 2 months, 3 months before the money, because until we announced that we have reached a deal with the bilateral holders, before they release that money. So now, this is it. And the IMF mission lead actually said it at the press conference, that the next step is for us to get that deal, good deal, from the bondholders. So from there, then the IMF want to issue a statement that we have presented a certain deal we say we have reached, but they have rejected the deal because it's a bad deal, because it will not meet the debt sustainability analysis that is in the program they are running with us. So they have rejected that deal, and they have asked that we go back to the bondholders and negotiate again and see if indeed we can get something better. So clearly, the 360 million that we said the board will sit on in June is
subject to
getting a good deal from the bondholders. And I tell you, these bondholders, with the position they have taken, probably if we accept that, okay, you give us the 40%, and then when the economy starts growing, we can revert to the old one. They may agree, because they know that by the end of the year, all the figures, because as the story quoted, even as we speak, we are beating the IMF projection.
Exactly. That's what the Reuters
we are
said.
beyond the IMF projection, the growth rates and everything.
Yeah.
So it's obvious that the economy is gradually picking up. So for them, they have taken notice of the pickup of the economy. And then they realize that all forecasts is also showing that, oh, the economy is going to grow by the end of the year, and 2025, it will be on the trajectory of growth. So if you accept that condition, what it means is that by the end of the year, you are back to the old system that has put so much.
But that brings back the pressure.
That brings out the pressure. That brings back the pressure. And automatically will just increase your debt to GDP ratio automatically once you revert to that one. And these are the issues.
We cannot do this discussion without factoring the fact that we are in an election year.
This is the point. In an election year, you need money for all the hanging projects to continue. And that's why the government is also being careful, because the money they expect from the IMF and the World Bank will go into continuation of some of these projects that the government will campaign on in an election. That's why they also don't want to push the IMF and say, okay, then you two give us some cuts. Because if you go and put the IMF to give you some cuts, it means that all the money that you are expecting to finance the budget will also not come. They also hold on to it. So now we are like, in fact, IMF have tied our hands behind and say 10 around, bow 10, we say yes sir, left 10, we say yes sir, because if we don't, the little monies we are expecting from them to be able to continue some of these projects around will not happen. And you know what is even the most important thing? But even when we reach a deal, the interest payment that we suspended since December, whatever deal we reach, we are now going to calculate. If we say this is now the new interest rate from December till now, how much is it? We have a bulk money that we need to pay the bondholders immediately after we reach a deal. Because all the interest from December till the day we reach that deal is also pending. We have suspended the payment.
You see,
so huge millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to pay those interests is also waiting for us. That the moment we agree a deal, December, okay, this is a new deal, assuming that okay, we bring it to the 33%. Now, if this is the deal we have reached, calculate that percentage from December to now, and we are talking about $13 billion.
Mr. Dakon, let me come in here. Listen.
That is what you owe them.
You and I know. I mean, so why, with all of this and with the benefits of hindsight, why do sovereign nations still run to private bondholders for?
Because those ones do not have conditionalities.
Like
the only condition is that
it won't
pay
rip
me
you
my
in line.
interest. That's the point. They don't dictate to you how to spend the money, what to use the money for, and all that. Those private people, they say, once you can pay me the interest, I'm a businessman. How you go to use that money is not my business. But as a sovereign country, you can never go broke. Whatever be it, you find something to. If you have to grind your airport and come and take over, say we will take over. So we know that as every country, if your gold export, we have to seize it. Oil export, we have to. They know that whatever happens, you'll be able to pay. So for me as a private investor, you say this, you say, oh, by what percentage? And I say, the Western countries are giving me 2%. This country is giving me 8%. Wow, that is huge interest. I'm going there, put in there, give you the money. What you are going to use your money for is your bill, but I make sure that at the end of the month, you give me my principal and interest on my money as we have agreed. That is the point. That's why private people, a poor country are going to the capital market most, because for the conditionality, like this IMF bailout, go and check all the conditionalities that are in there. Even the gold for oil policy, which we think is reducing some pressure on the foreign currency.
They scrap it.
They are saying we should scrap it. They say we should privatize ECG. They say all kinds of conditionalities are in their document. When you take time and read that document, you will see the bitter prescriptions that are contained in that document. And that is why most countries felt like if we can get alternative funding somewhere and there are no such rigid conditionalities, it helps. But the point is, when you get those monies and you invest into things that you are solving society problem, but they are not generating revenue, then your repayment becomes a problem. Then what you are doing is you are going to the same people to borrow money from them in order to pay their interest to them. So we're borrowing from the Eurobond people to refinance our debt. That is what we're doing. Interest has come. We don't have to, let's go and take another Eurobond and we use it to pay the matured Eurobond. And we're doing this over and over and over.
Mr. Rako, think as a private businessman. You're running a company called Ghana Company Limited. You are in this situation. Sincerely.
I will not even get here. Because my investment decisions will not be influenced by any political decision. It's going to be purely commercial decisions I'm taking.
Making money.
That
for
is the point.
business.
So I tell people, if you don't run this country as a private business, we are wasting our time.
Limited liability.
I'm telling you, because see, if we sat here, at the time we made American people to come and put that plant here at $510 million, we had $200 million sitting at UBA Bank of Ghana infrastructure money. And the whole plant was going to cost $250 million. But we said we don't have money. So some private person come and put in money, and they put in just about $300 million, and they made $510 million. Can you imagine if we put the Ghana infrastructure money there with even the same interest? Would that interest not come back to Ghana infrastructure fund? And will it not be used to do other things? So we must run like private people. You sit in this country, we do every road, so no toll. Who should pay for the road? If you go to advanced country, you are driving on 6 lanes in, 6 lanes out, you are going to meet toll booths and you pay because the road was given to private people to build BOT, build, operate, and transfer. Sometimes even build, operate, and keep. You don't just build and maintain it and take your tolls and pay your debt. And they've done their calculations to know that within 30 years we can recover our money. This is the maintenance cost and all that. So if we are running a country and we don't find it necessary to invest in key infrastructure, now we are complaining are paying so much to power plant. Assuming the government of Ghana through VRA had invested in these power plants and government owns them, all these pressures will not be on us. One of the areas that is dragging the economy critically is the energy sector. The energy sector is one of the biggest problems we have. By assuming that we run an efficient VRA without political influences, we allow VRA to run like a complete power plant institution that is effective. And VRA has all these plants. Even if they are charging us those rates, if the money comes, it still goes to government of Ghana coffers. But do you know what we have done in this country? We have turned this country into a huge gaping hole where every institution owned 100% by the state is in debt. And the government of Ghana has to be sinking taxpayers' money in it to make sure that it doesn't collapse. Go and pick the state ownership report and look at how state-owned enterprises are performing, you if you understand business, you weep for this country. That how can you own assets to the tune of a minimum of 110 billion? If you make a return of 10% on that investment annually, that is 11 billion cedis for Ghana. No, we are making losses of 5 or 6 billion a year on the same 110 billion
One
investment.
day we would have that discussion.
You understand it?
Running a country like a company.
We need to, because see, I was telling somebody that when you go to advanced can say the ambulance service work, the fire service work, and I was telling them in many countries in advanced, these institutions are private owned. They are not government owned, but the government give them the standards, what they should be able to do, what they are supposed to meet to be able to get paid. So they are paid by the state for working like a private company. So that's why their charges are very high. When you're sick and you call for an ambulance and they give you the bill at the end of the day that for the ambulance coming to pick you where you are to the hospital, this is the bill. You open your mouth and say, this is expensive. But that is how they are running the system. So when we go there, we say, oh, their healthcare system, when you call the ambulance, they are there. Yes, probably the person has a very good health insurance, so it's not affected. But then when you look at the bill itself and they show you that the ambulance that came to pick you to the hospital as part of the bill, this is the cost of the ambulance alone.
Yeah.
You weep. The last time I was telling somebody, a lady in the US, young lady, was complaining why young girls are not having children.
Okay.
And she said she went to have a child and she didn't have health insurance. From the pregnancy to antenatal to get birth, $33,000 is how much she paid. She had all the receipts. $33,000 to give birth to one baby. Say, why will a young person want to go to the stress of paying $33,000 to give birth to one child? That is why the young people have decided not to have a child. Their health system we think is cheap. It's not cheap. It's very expensive unless you are not seeing the bills item by item. If you see the bills item by item, you realize that, hey, it's expensive. Probably it's because you run a very good private health insurance system there. So you paid your premium on time. So when you are sick, you go and you get care. So you think that, oh, this place when you are sick, you go to the hospital, you are care. But when they want to give you how much it costs you for that one attendance to the hospital, and they want to give you that, you realize that if that health insurance is not working, you'll not be there. But that is why over there when people are working,
so this
they
what
prioritize their health insurance,
life.
And a life, and then their mortgage. Here, what do we prioritize? Many of us want to buy the latest Kambu, the latest shoe, the latest this thing.
So your argument is that the reason why we're failing to run this country like a company is that we, the people within the country, our mindset itself.
Exactly.
Okay, we'll continue this discussion after the 8 o'clock news. Let's come into the service discussion as well. But before we do that, thank you so much, myself, Izdaku, for joining me here. Coming up at 7:55, it's what? Business Briefs, right here on Zed in the Morning. typical purchaser would be willing to spend for your solution. So in market evaluation, we said, what is the typical price or the price that a typical consumer is willing to spend on your offering? You need to consider that in evaluating your market. I mean, listen, ice cream sells for how much? Some 1 Ghana or 2 Ghana cedis. Yes, but if you're flying or you're selling aircraft, you know what that means. So you're looking at the pricing potential of your business. How high can the price of that product rise? You should factor that one as well. Then the fourth way to evaluate the efficacy or the viability of your market is to look at the cost of customer acquisition. Think about it, the cost of customer acquisition. How easy is it to acquire a customer? How easy is it to acquire a customer? On average, how much would it cost you to generate a sale? In both money and effort. Don't only think of the money. For some of us, we see the money and we get excited. But what you don't know is that you might have spent more in terms of wear and tear on your car, the direction to get one customer. Consider that. So let's do a quick recap of the 4 ways to evaluate our market. 1, urgency. How urgently are people waiting for your product? Number 2, market size. How big is the market size? And today we've touched on 2, pricing potential. And then also the cost of customer acquisition. How much does it cost you to generate a sale? So that is it for Business Briefs right here on Zed in the Morning. We come back tomorrow with 2 more other ways of evaluating your market.
In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon, a new beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure, and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the new Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on the journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives. Change is here. Zed Multimedia, your lifestyle, leisure, and business platform. In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon, a new beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure, and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the new Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on the journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives. Change is here. Zed Multimedia, your lifestyle, leisure, and business platform.
in all administrative regions and districts across the country. If you've not done service before, you wouldn't understand what we're talking about. I did service in a village where the car came, I think on Fridays. It will come once because it will take the traders from Eutu Bodriasi and bring them all the way to the town. And so what you needed to do if you wanted to leave the town that weekend was to ensure that before you left, you would have packed all your stuff for the weekend and take your bag to the school compound. So whilst you are teaching, your bag would have been packed behind you. Because by the time you finish your lesson and you come out, that bus will be waiting. And if you miss that bus, it's not coming back again. So you're sleeping in the village that night and throughout the weekend. So you wouldn't see Accra till another week because you get a vehicle there only once on that Friday. Hey, it was exciting. For me, national service is something that we must take a second look at beyond the job creation abilities and all that. So if there is a new policy, unfortunately, Mr. Boateng, you tell me that since yesterday you heard of this story, what have you been doing and you haven't come across what?
Yeah, since yesterday I've been trying to find some details on what the new policy looks like. But as of now, I've still not had anything online regarding it. All you can find is that the president is set to launch a new policy. The president launched a new policy today, but so far, no story.
Was he not holding a document at the launch? Did I not see a document?
Yeah, he launched a document. The point is hard copy. No, we don't have copy.
In
and
the
then
digitization
online
world,
it has not been uploaded
or
online
published
because under normal circumstances should be on the webpage of the National Service Secretariat. But when you go there right now, it is not there. So then the institution that launched it doesn't have it online. So how do you get access to the copy? So for now, we don't have access to the
What
copy.
did he say? What did the president say at the event? Maybe from there we could have an idea of what he's talking about. Were there some major statements made by the president?
Oh no, he just said he support the review because for 50 years the scheme did not actually have a real policy guidelines, and now that the policy has been developed, he hopes that it will make it more beneficial to the state. The core focus areas of the policy include the deployment of personnel to national priority sectors crucial for economic development, the inculcation of national values in service personnel, and the establishment of an effective mechanism to measure achievements.
So, Mr. Dako, this morning we were talking about this, and we spoke about the fact that it was to help push a national agenda. If there are priority areas, if you want to go into farming, you want to push. But Mr. Dako, if you read the National Service itself, that act, right, it said that its primary purpose, and I'm sure the framers of this had a reason for putting things in place. The first here is to promote national unity. Was that not why we were told that if you were Ghana and you've been in Accra all your life and schooled in Accra, go do service in Mamprusi, so that you get to understand their culture and to understand how they did their things. So that if you also from Wale Wale come to Ukanshi or something.
The exigencies of the time may warrant that.
Okay, times have changed.
Times have changed. And
so national unity is not number one anymore.
No, it's important. But I'm saying that there are several ways to achieve national unity.
To foster a sense of citizenship
because
is the second one.
Because we expanded the boarding school system, and also one of the ways to achieve the same policy we are talking about. There is now a lot of urbanization. People have moved from wherever they are to all kinds. So, in terms of all these objectives, clearly, it's they are good. But what personally I've said is that in those days, after O levels or A levels, you can go and do your national service. You've not chosen a particular path that you want to pursue as a career. So that one, when you are out there, that feel of, hey, I've been to this community, I live there, you look at their lives, the culture shock, you really will enjoy that. But when somebody has done technology,
he's finished the first degree, he has a direction.
And instead of him to go into national service to have the hands-on practice for that thing, which will give him that confidence that when I'm going to look for a job, I'm giving him basic things to do. National service has empowered me to learn those skills so that when I get the actual job, I'm not now going to be trained on the basic skills of doing that thing. See, that's why employers today employ that when they employ people,
they have to train them again.
They have to retrain them because even basic things they are not able to do. Because if I finish school, and we all realize that education system is actually more theoretical than practical. And then I've done all this theory in school, didn't have much time for any practice. And then my 1 year of national service I've gone to a completely different field that has nothing to do with what I've learned in school. Now when I'm going to look for a job, I'm going to look for a job based on what I've learned in school.
Exactly.
And then now, when I'm asked to do basic things, I don't know how to do it because what I did as national service, which would be the opportunity for me to actually gather that little experience about basic things I should do in my area, I was doing something else that is not related to what I've learned in school.
Okay.
So that the employer will complain that he's employed me and he has to retrain me all over. So all I'm saying is that let's make it optional. People who have the opportunity in places where it ties in with what they have studied and you give them that opportunity to quickly learn practicals on the job that will facilitate their transition into the workplace, I think that option should be there.
But Mr. Dako, all the courses we do on campus, when it comes to national service, is it possible to map all of us onto the courses we did?
If we are able to do that, that's why we industrialize. Because that's why we begin to know the skill set for each sector and what are the gaps. And then,
if I did archaeology in my first degree, and we were 10, we're all going to be posted where?
There's so many things to look out for in archaeology in Ghana. We are not able to do it because we are not even prioritizing it. Can you imagine, as archaeology have said? Yesterday, last week, the lady started and said there was a waterfall in Dodowa somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Until she mentioned it personally, I didn't even know that there was any waterfall in Dodua, right? But if we are really have some small funding instead of maybe your national service allowance, and then we top it up and be say you are going to this community to go and look at archaeological findings. Do you know the collection of archaeological findings will be boasting of in Ghana today?
And that
there are
leads
so
to
many
tourism.
things in communities that we don't even know about because nobody pays any attention to do that. So I think that, as I said, if you really want, and you see, it would have prevented the situation where everybody is doing banking, marketing, everybody is doing that. It would have given us the idea that there are opportunities in the field even of archaeology. There's opportunity in the field of that. So you see, sometimes when you really want to be able to map things out like that, what it also helps you to do is that in this area we may not even have enough for people to go and study, so we don't even need to focus much there. But in this area, there's a lot to be done here. So why don't we encourage young people who are in school to do more in this area? As part of their national service, they discover new things and then they build on it, and then we're able to build those sectors up.
You know, my worry here is, it's like a fall from Monday to today, in fact, from last week, where we went all techie, went all high tech, said we had a platform, we called it a performance tracker, then everything is going high tech. Then we launch a policy, and then there is nothing like that
the
online.
Soft copy is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Bacha, have you done your service?
I've done my service.
Where did you do it? Within Accra?
University of Ghana.
Yeah. I'm sure in your own department or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what Mr. Dakun
No,
said.
actually did accounting. I moved to finance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was that experience as well there.
Yeah.
But it was within the same field, not
Yeah,
too different.
Not so different. You understand it? So when
but I must say that when it's time for national service, a lot of us, people are even worried psychologically. They don't want to be sent to places where
they don't get water they'll see water twice a week.
Because the experiences sometimes you just find a few people who really want to go to certain places. In fact, at the point of national service, that is where you see a lot of people switch from what they actually did in school to something else.
Okay.
Because you can find somebody who did say psychology, and the person now wants to go and work in the bank. You can find somebody who aside,
and if he knows somebody in the bank, they can arrange something.
Exactly.
Okay.
I had a friend who
looking at employment after service, because I know somebody there when I do my service facilitated my employment.
Exactly. I had a friend who did psychology and philosophy.
Okay.
After service, he went to work in the bank. I know someone who did. Apart from my colleagues who did health science and say pharmacy, medicine.
I feel like you're talking to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did agric-econs.
You did what?
Agric-econs.
And you went to do what?
Banking.
That's the whole point. But what is it? You see, national service is supposed to be that bridge between your academic experience in terms of your knowledge acquisition and your hands-on practical skills. But if there is no ready market for what you have acquired over time in school, then once you are leaving school, it becomes a matter of concern.
You are looking for a place to stick. So who would then come and discover the Kenu River at Palime?
You understand it? Yeah. So these are the issues. And see, this is why sometimes you read our progress is slow. Because a lot of things are around us, but we are not paying attention to them and focusing policy and programs in ways that will make people actually pay attention to it. People ask, why do we sit in this country and foreigners come to identify business opportunities? I say, yes, this is what will happen because the way we are trained and the way we are guided along the way, policies and things, don't direct our minds and thinking into things that will help us discover these things. And that's why we don't see them. Because clearly, even if I finish national service, shouldn't I be given the opportunity to say, even if I want to do it in my hometown, maybe there's something that's related to what I study and I want to spend my 1 year studying that? Shouldn't I be given the opportunity? Yeah. Why should the system just post me because, you're accounting, okay, this is the place we want to send him, and the system just decide what to post you? But probably maybe you have some interest that if you're allowed to choose that for my interest, I think I rather want to stay in my village because I see this thing and I want to study for the next 1 year. You keep sending my national service allowance. What I will need to do is that at the end of the 1 year, I should have a report
exactly, yes,
on what I have worked on and provide evidence to back it so that I submit to the secretariat that during my 1 year, the allowance you were sending me, this is what I have done and this is my report. And even if it's possible, there should be supervisors for specific
They'll be
areas.
moving around.
That you understand. So that at the end of the day, my report may lead to discovery of something that may turn this country's fortune around tomorrow. So I think that we should look at the discussion around national service and realize that these are some of the brilliant young brains coming out with all kinds of ideas. Why don't we give them that freedom to say, you decide that this is what I want to do. You get your allowance, all right. But then, sector by sector, we have supervisors that you have to report to maybe every 3 months. And at the end of the service year, you write a full report on what you use your service period to do so that we have that evidence. But actually, within 5 years, the tons of information that will generate across Ghana, if we put some brilliant people there to just study sector by sector and say, this is what national service people say they have discovered where they are work across Ghana. Which ones are we capable of commercializing and making some money out of it? You'll
be amazed at what can come out.
You'll be amazed about the kind of things that will come out. Yeah. You'll be amazed. Cottage industries will be springing up all over the place.
You would have expected that this new policy that we are yet to see the document in full should address some of these things.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Jerry, I think he has made a good point. Not to belabor that point, I also think that it's crucial that students who will be rolled out onto the national service should really understand what the national service is about. If we should go around and do a survey now, you find a lot of them in the space thinking all they are doing is serving Ghana because it's national service.
Yeah.
So they are just serving Ghana. Seldom do you find people knowing that this is also an addition to their personal work ethic and value.
Yeah.
And a lot of them do not see this as a transition between the knowledge they have acquired in school and their preparation for the job market.
I mean, so it's an issue that the boss of national services complained about.
Yeah.
That people have terrible work ethics.
So now there is no drive intrinsically. You don't see that drive, the drive to work. And all you see from the service personnel is my allowances have not been paid. That is a good point because with what we are looking at, we also expect that there will be certainty in regular cash flow payments of the allowances. That is one. But then if the drive of the service personnel is that I need my allowance to be able to give off my best, then I don't think that is why they are serving. Because it is your service first and the allowance is a reward for your service. But if there is nothing, there is no drive that is moving or pushing the students or the personnel to give off their best in their field of expertise, then I think there is a greater problem. So I think that first thing, students or tertiary, I mean now it is after your first degree or when you are done with your study, diploma, HND, then you go on to do your national service. Should be well, I don't know, they should be well informed, they should be well educated on what national service is all about. They should know what they are out there to do. And like Mr. Elvis is saying, if we should have a policy that we are saying that every service personnel is supposed to, at the end of their service, come up with a project. You see, not every student writes thesis, long essay, and articles, research papers in school. But maybe the national service period
will be the period when
a good time where a student can do something worthwhile. You went to school, you want to study political science. Are you able to study Ghana? You can give a group of students a project during your national service, contribute to policy. Yes. During your national service, go to Medina market, study the market. How can we turn Medina market around to mirror what is happening elsewhere where they are making greater gains? Can you put students together who have done engineering, take them to Aboso Okai, take them to the places where whatever they have learned in school is practicable? Because you find a lot of these are students now going to certain engineering industries, among others, and they even become administrators in those organizations.
One of my colleagues in natural resources, and he also went to the bank with me.
You understand that? So you can imagine, like small-scale mining. And you see the small-scale mining, that you set groups of students and national service people go and find out the issues of small-scale mining, come with report and solutions. It will surprise them, maybe even all the way the government agencies are trying to fight, maybe the wrong way of fighting the thing. Maybe
let me find out from Mr. Dako. Okay. The people who were recruited into the traffic wardens scheme, were they also national service personnel?
Yes, they're national service personnel.
We
have the national service personnel doing it, and we also have the NYE also having people doing it. So there are two different people who do it.
Okay.
There are some national service who do traffic warning.
I just needed that clarity.
And one critical area where micro and small scale business are not growing in this country is bookkeeping.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
So they can't really access any funding. Can you imagine that we dedicate a team of national service personnel who have done
accounting students, finance students,
in Greater Accra,
design a template for the market woman to keep their records. And not only bookkeeping, forecasting, modeling their business.
And you do it all districts. And these people wake up and teach these women, market women, who when you come to the market and you went to buy items, it's 100 cedis. And you get sell it for 120. All the 120 is not yours.
We're trying to get Mr. Armstrong Issa, who happens to be the NSS PR. He's a public relations. He's the director of corporate affairs. His name is Armstrong Issa. We're trying to get him so that we would ask him the questions that are on your mind, Mr. Dako and Mr. Boateng. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, my brother.
Thank you so much for joining us on Z 101.9 FM this morning.
Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you so much. So we were told of this policy launch, and we wanted to ask you, first of all, what has led to this new policy launch?
Yes, thank you once again. National service scheme is 15 years.
Okay.
And if national service was a person, it would be a good time for that person to do a comprehensive review of his life and see how he can make adjustment. And so what happened yesterday at the College of Physicians and Surgeons is the result of years of comprehensive review that has been done in the system of the National Service Scheme. And so it was the launch of the policy of the National Service Scheme. And generally, as you know, policies are broad frameworks for the effective and efficient running of an organization. And these are courses of actions related to the mandate of the scheme, of the organization. And so what we did yesterday, His Excellency the President launched a 10-year coordinated framework that would upgrade and transform the National Service Scheme into a world-class institution with an authority status to be able to mobilize, deploy, and mold the national service personnel into the world of work. So the document that was reviewed yesterday would guide the progress of the National Service Scheme, would guide the operations of the National Service Scheme. In there are three major strategies in there. And the first strategy is the standardization of operations. That is how to streamline all the operations of the scheme to be in line with the public sector procedures, how to migrate, how to map and migrate our staff in line with the Public Sector Act, how to have common standards for the universities that give us the personnel, that give us the graduates. We must have common standards for all the user agencies. And so that is. Then the second strategy in there is what we call customization of programs. In simple terms, aligning our programs to be in coherence with national priorities. And the third strategy in there is what we call globalization of deployment. In simple terms, we have remained far too long on our status quo of mobilizing and deploying service personnel to institutions in Ghana. We want to let our service personnel have a feel of international exposure, a feel of international experience, cross-fertilization of ideas. And so under this strategy, the scheme will be looking forward to sign partnerships with NSS around the world. You know, NSS is a global idea. It's practiced in the US, it's practiced in the Europe, it's practiced in the Asia practiced across Africa, Nigeria, everywhere. And so National Service Scheme is looking to sign partnerships with all of them, most of them, so that we'll be able to deploy some of our personnel to them. They can also deploy some of their personnel to us. Our staff can even go on sabbatical leave to those places, and they can also come to us. And so it's an exciting time to belong to the National Service Scheme.
Interesting.
Because a lot of innovative ideas, a lot of transformative programs, a lot of visionary programs are being introduced in the National Service Scheme.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Armstrong. But there was this thing you said, that you now be conferred with an authority status. What would that do for you that you were not able to do when you were just a scheme?
A lot. Once you become an authority, for instance, EPA and other institutions are authority, they have authority status. What it means is that, one, they have a bigger capacity to undertake a lot of activities. Now what it means is that for our staff, for the staff of the National Service Scheme, they can be migrated. Their statuses, their appointment can be migrated to be in line with the public sector procedures. That is one. Two, for our National Service personnel, it means that National Service Scheme as an authority would mobilize much more resources. Okay. And so National Service Scheme can have a major say in deciding how much should be given to the personnel. And so that would ensure a continuous improvement in the welfare of the National Service person. Again, it's also going to increase the employability skills of the National Service person, because we're going to undertake a lot of programs that would enhance the skills of the National Service person. And then we're going to have the capacity to enter into international corporations, international agreements. I've cited just one for you. The Minister for Youth and Sports for the Gambia visited us last month, looking forward to sign an agreement with us so that we could have an exchange program. But what we want to do is not just an exchange program. It's a deliberate strategy to ensure that we deploy our personnel to them. They can also deploy their personnel to us. So there's a lot in there. And I'm trusting, we have so much faith that once it's been forwarded to Parliament, once Parliament passes it, it goes back to His Excellency the President, he assents onto it, and then we have it. Then we can begin to operationalize this policy.
Okay. So if I get this right, under this new policy, it is very possible that a national service personnel from Ghana will be posted to, say, Senegal or Equatorial Guinea or something.
You are right.
Interesting.
You are right. So special document is also being prepared so that it will spell out step-by-step procedure. What will be the criteria? What will be the arrangement? Who and who would be constituted to do that? And so it's a whole document that has been done already. You know, this policy came into being through a lot of rigorous and consultative and participatory processes. A lot of people were consulted, media consulted, presidency consulted, ministers consulted, traditional authority consulted, members of parliament consulted, teachers. The national service person is the most important of all our stakeholders. They are the reasons why National Service Scheme exists. And so NASPA, National Service Personnel, were consulted. And so all these ideas, input, came from them, put together carefully, and then being implemented.
Okay. The original purpose of service, we're told, among the purpose statement was the promotion of national unity. This new policy, is it saying that times have changed, so we're going a bit in the direction of finding jobs, or still the national unity is key to this new policy document?
It's still very key inculcation of spirit of patriotism, volunteerism, and national unity. These are the cardinal principles for this document. I tell you, once you go through this policy, you'll be excited to read the details of this. And all this have been captured. You are right. The core essence of national service is to build patriotism in them. It was begun so many years ago under the Builders Brigade Act, 1957. Successive government came, they continued. And so the original idea, like you have said, is to mobilize the youth for development in their communities, and then also inculcate the spirit of patriotism in them. So it is in there. In fact, that is the cardinal principle of this document. Okay. But of course, once they are done with their national service, they need to find work. They need to be employed. And so that is also central. But I think that on this note, permit me to use your medium. You have a very wide coverage to also announce to our national service personnel that the allowances for the month of February have also been paid. And so this national service personnel should have received their allowances by now. Those who have not received it should go and load their e-switch. And so what it means is that the scheme now owes only the month of March, just 1 month.
Okay.
And with the speed and the energy, the accessible entry management using to work on this, the allowance for March will be paid in the shortest possible time.
Okay, sir. Let me also find out, in an era where technology is leading and we're talking AI and all that, is this policy also taking into consideration where we are in terms of advancement of technology?
So certainly, yes. And AI has been part of this administration from day one. If you recall, 2022, Honorable Zed In, the Executive Director of the National Service Team, in fact, his first major achievement was the integration of AI-enabled facial recognition device into the registration process. Do you remember it? We call it the Metric app.
Okay.
It was introduced in the year 2022 by Honorable Zed In. And the reason for introducing it was to, first of all, speed up the registration process, and then also to remove, if any, impersonations in the system. And you remember very well that we were able to save the nation over 112 million cedis just by the use of the AI-enabled facial recognition device. And so the use of technology, ICT, is all central to this document that has been launched.
Okay.
We are going to ensure continuous use of the Metric app, which has been introduced already, and a lot of technology related programs.
Okay. Let's also find out. We know when it comes to national service, people would begin to call relatives and those they know to fix them somewhere. I don't want to go here, I want to go there. How is this handled under this new policy?
Yes, this major issue which has also been captured by this document, and it will strictly be based on the relevance of your courses. It will be strictly be based on the priorities of the nation. And so these are the key criteria that will be used in deployment. Of course, we've been using them, but going forward, we're going to have standards, and that standards cannot be beaten. And so we'll make sure that particular attention and reference is given to the courses, the relevance of courses in deploying you. And so it's been captured in the document that has been authored.
Okay. What happened to the soft copy of the document? Why can't we access it on the net?
Oh, it will be made available soon. It will be made available soon. You know, yesterday the president launched it, raised it, everybody saw it. And so I don't want to speak to the timetable yet. I take instructions. I speak to matters that have been cleared to speak to matters regarding to the timetables as to when it will be put on our website and other places will come out very soon. But the document is a public document. Everybody would have access to it.
Okay. 10 years, that is the frame. So are we saying it's going to kickstart next year or the next batch of service personnel?
As soon as we are honored to have the passing by Parliament, and as soon as we are honored to have the presidential assent, then we kickstart. You know, currently it's in Parliament, and so once Parliament passes it, it goes back to His Excellency the President for presidential assent, and once President gracefully assent to it, then it becomes the working document. So it starts from the very day His Excellency assent to it. So we are looking forward to it.
Let me also find out from you. We know these great ideas come and they go, and unfortunately in our country, these are political in nature. How sure are we that if in the event that this president is no more, or his party is no more in power, this thing will carry on?
Oh, this particular idea has been very well researched, it's been reviewed, it has public acceptance. So I can tell you that it will stand a test of time. Everybody loves the content of this document. And so I'm not sure. And this is a state document. And so I can tell you confidently that it will stand the test of time.
But that is all dependent on Parliament passing, President assenting before he leaves power.
You are right, please. You are right.
Because I can feel your excitement about this document. I haven't seen it yet. So I want to trust that you know what you're talking about.
Yes. It's so exciting. This is an exciting time to belong to National Service Scheme family, either as a national service personnel, either as user agency, either as a university or any tertiary institution that gives us the graduate, either as government, anybody of within the stakeholder family. It's an exciting time. Okay. These are exciting times for anybody to belong to the National Service Scheme.
Okay. The Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, who is also an aspirant for the December elections, had said in his statement he gave at the UPSA when he was launching his vision that for him, national service shouldn't be compulsory. What is your take on this statement?
His Excellency, the Vice President, has done an assessment of the current situation or the current state of the national service, and as a result has made a proposition that I remember what he said very clearly, that all graduates who at the start of their national service have been given permanent employment by any agency would be exempted from doing national service. And so I would, yes, the nation can still have a conversation on it. And I would want to say that once we get to that bridge, we'll cross it so that we can, at the moment, we have a document that guides us. But I think that the National Service Scheme, as it's currently constituted, has one exemption, which is quite different from what the Vice President said. Though the current exemption we have is for graduates who are 40 years and above at the time of completion, those graduates have, even that exemption is not absolute. If you finish any tertiary institution, you are 40 years and above, you have the option of doing national service or being exempted. If you want to be exempted, you have to write to us, produce document, your birth certificate to indicate that you are 40 years. Then you can be exempted. His Excellency the Vice President introduces another exciting area to be considered for exemption. That if at the time of starting my national service, ZFM has given me full employment, you've given me my appointment letter, I have secured permanent employment. Then His Excellency the Vice President is proposing that such graduates can also be exempted from doing national service. I think that we can do a national conversation on this exciting proposition that has come from His Excellency the Vice President.
But does that not defeat the essence of service, which is national unity, to build cohesion among various Ghanaians? If I get a job and straight up from school I get a job, does that not mean that I am going to miss out on that essence of service, which is to promote national cohesion and unity?
My brother, I think that we aren't there yet at the bridge which has been proposed by His Excellency the Vice President. Once we get to the bridge, we'll cross it. But I think that it does not change the fact that the youth would not receive or would not have the opportunity of being patriotic and exactly what you said. But I think that in summary, what I would say is that the nation can still do a conversation on this proposition on which has been made by His Excellency the Vice President. I think that the nation can do a conversation on it.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll move away from that area. Let's still go on. In the statement that the president gave, we were told that the policy would enhance capacity and also to mobilize effectively towards areas of national priority. Graduates will be pushed towards areas of national priority. Does this document we are yet to see, does it state clearly what these areas of national priority are?
Oh, yes, I've told you. You remember carefully that I told you that there are three major strategies in the document, and one of which is what you referred to, which is the customization of programs. And these are the programs, the models, the activities of the scheme must be in line with national priorities. National priorities will be identified by the presidency, by the ministries, by the MMDAs, by the scheme. And so there's a comprehensive document, step by step, as to which constitute the national priorities. But time is also evolving. Times are always changing. And so next year, we could have different national priorities from this year. Next 2 years, the national priorities could be different from the previous year. And so it's been well captured in the document. And the national priorities would be identified year by year. They would have standing areas for national priorities, like education, like rural development,
agriculture,
and others. Agriculture, yes, these are national priority areas, and so those ones will be the standing ones. But year in, year out, ministries, the presidency, the agency would identify other national priority areas.
Okay, I'm asking that question based on the fact that if it's a 10-year policy document, then I was expecting that there will be, then for the 10 years of that policy, this would be like our national priority areas. So I'm sure when the document comes out, you and I would have a bigger conversation around that. But before I go, I let you go. Someone has sent me a message to ask you that what shows or does the policy hold those who will leave the country if it were to happen? If you sign an agreement to the country that I love to go, when I go, what shows I'm coming back, or how are you going to ensure that I come back?
Yes. So within the main document, aside the main document, a lot of documentations have also been done, and one of them relates to the entire globalization of deployment strategy. Everything has been spelled out. You'll be allowed to go and do your service. No other purpose will be assigned again. And so all service personnel who will be deployed to go and do their service outside institutions outside Ghana will go through strict procedure. And once they get there, the NSS there would also handle them. So we'll not have situations where I'm not anticipating we'll have situations where our NSPs will go and will decide not to come back and that kind of stories. We're going to have rigorous procedure and rigorous rules that will guide the implementation of this strategy.
Great. So listeners, we've been talking to Mr. Armstrong Issa, who is a PR. He's the Director of Corporate Affairs at the National Service Secretariat. Mr. Issa, is there a final word you have for your people and those in the space?
Yes. So I just want to say thank you to all our stakeholders, all of them. And I always say that the key amongst all our stakeholders are the national service personnel. They're so cooperative, supportive. I want to say thank you to all of them. And about CSB is grateful to the government, grateful to our user agencies. Another very powerful, very important stakeholder, the companies, the organizations that receive our service personnel. We are so grateful to all of them. They were all consulted in the preparation of this document. We are grateful to all of them. The universities, the tertiary institutions that made input into this, the traditional authorities, the members of parliament, the education committee of parliament, the legal affairs, and everybody. We are grateful to them. And I think that finally, let me also say a big thank you to the NSPs for their patience during the period of the delay in the payment of the allowances. Like I said, February has been paid and we can access it. Much will be paid in the shortest possible time. Thank you. I'm most grateful.
Thank you so much. That has been Mr. Armstrong Issa, who happens to be the NSS Director of Corporate Affairs. He was talking to us about a new policy that was launched by the president concerning national service. I still have with me my colleague Emmanuel Boateng, who was listening carefully as Mr. Issa spoke. Ima, how excited are you about this policy document? I mean, Mr. Issa's excitement was coming through. He said,
excited, very, very excited. I could see from his submissions that he was excited. I think I'm indifferent at the moment.
Why? You want to see the document first? Yeah. Seeing is believing.
He's doing his PR work.
Oh, what are you saying? I mean,
I want to see the document. I want to go through the document, and that is where, or when I can also get excited. Because if he's doing his PR work, he will only present to me the upsides. He will not present the downsides of the whole issue. And probably, of course, I may even have some questions regarding the future.
Standardization of operations,
yeah,
customization of programs,
yeah,
and then globalization of deployment. Yeah. That part would excite a lot of people. I mean, if now we can do service and you be posted outside Ghana, yeah. I mean, we'll wait to see.
I think there are questions around conditions of service. If I'm posted outside Ghana, how much allowance will I be given? If I'm posted outside Ghana, what do I get? I mean, is it the same as somebody in Ghana aside the foreign exposure? I think those are things I want to read. I want to really see what is in it and how does that ultimately tie into the basic tenets of the whole scheme. Patriotism, national unity, and service.
Yeah, because if I'm posted outside Accra, that's fine. I'm still within Ghana.
Yeah.
But if you take me to Morocco,
yeah,
where's the national unity in that? I don't get it. Where's the national unity if you take me to, I don't know, Algeria?
That's a good point. But I'm thinking, anyway. The tenets, are they achieved together, together, or for them, once you are doing some form of service, once you are contributing to some form of development, you are part of the whole, I don't know, scheme.
Anyway,
so,
let's wait and see when the document comes. What is
exactly.
it? Mr. Dakun, your last word on this
They
issue.
should scrap that thing called foreign abroad global. That is completely useless.
Why?
What is why?
First, you've not seen the document.
I said anything about doing national service and posting outside, they should scrap it from that document. It's not needed. It's waste of our time and resources. They should spend their time doing important things than sending people abroad. Even in this country, you can't even take care of the people. 568 are allowed to meet here.
It's 755.
You are sending people abroad.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking the question. How much are they going to be paid? And who is going to pay them?
Is it for the accommodation and all those things?
The country that is hosting them?
Relax.
Scrap it.
Yeah.
Think
So,
about
but Mr. Darko, I think we should get into the document.
Advise the government if they want to do worker exports, if they want to train nurses, they want to train teachers, they want to do proper agreement and send them abroad to go and work, fine. Not national service.
Thank you very much.
Please, they should forget about that. They should also
when
consider,
the document comes, we'll have this discussion.
The man has said that we will tell him that aspect is right. They should scrap it. It's useless.
We won't tell him.
Then they should also we're giving them good ideas. If we are talking about bookkeeping of SME,
you have said your own.
They've
also said their own.
On getting people to do these things that will help. We said almost 80% of our
Thank you very much,
SMEs.
Mr. Emmanuel Watson, for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Elvis Daku, for telling them that they should scrap the abroad program. You didn't go abroad, so you don't want us to go to outside this country. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming through for Z Talk. It's been national service. Coming up after the top of the hour 9. Today, our health and wellness segment focuses on diabetes. According to official World Health Organization data, in 1980, worldwide diabetes was 108 million with a global population at 5.5 billion. Fast track to 2014, 420 million people had diabetes with a population of 7 billion. And this is according to World Health Organization data. So are we losing a fight against diabetes, or have we lost it? And if so, why? Public health physician specialist and a clinical research scientist, Dr. Alberta Amu, will be on to answer this question whilst we learned about diabetes this morning. Medical doctor Alberta Amu will be coming our way today to have a discussion on diabetes. That is Health and Wellness Tuesdays, diabetes. But before that, it's 8:55. What is 8:55? Customer Service and Experience Movement is coming up right after this.
Zed 101.9 FM.
that demonstrates a genuine desire to satisfy, if not delight, a customer. And a key word in Steve Curtin's definition is the word voluntary. He says customer service is a voluntary act. Customer service is a voluntary act that demonstrates a genuine desire to satisfy, if not delight, a customer. From Steve Curtin. The key word here is voluntary. Why is he saying customer service is voluntary? He's saying that for great customer service, it must not be whipped out of you. Your boss must not shout it out of you. It must come voluntarily. You must volunteer it. It must be something that you, the frontline person, it comes naturally to you. See it as something that you do just because you must do it. See it as something that you do because it's just right to do it. When you begin to equate the quality of service you give at the front line to your salary, to your allowances, then we have a problem. It means that if your salary doesn't go up, you maintain a certain level of service. That is not what Steve Curtin is saying. He says you must volunteer. You must volunteer to smile. You must volunteer to bring the warmth in your conversations. You must volunteer to be friendly. It goes a long way. So the lesson for today is those manning the front line of your business, or for those who are manning the front line of your business, the service you're giving, is it something you're doing voluntarily, or is it something that is being forced out of you? That is the question for today. And so that has been Customer Service and Experience Moment right here on Zed in the Morning.
Zed 101.
WHO says that in 1980, when we were 5.5 billion, 108 million of us had diabetes in 1980. 2014, when we were 7 billion, 420 million of us are suffering from diabetes. Are we losing a fight against diabetes? Have we lost it? What is happening? We're talking to Dr. Alberta Amu, who happens to be a public health physician and also a specialist, and she's a clinical research scientist. She's going to tell us all about diabetes, whether we're winning diabetes or whether we're losing diabetes. What can we do about diabetes? Health and wellness today. Diabetes, is it sugar disease, like we call it? What can we do about it? So yes, we'll be talking diabetes today. And managing diabetes presents a variety of challenges, that affect physical health, emotional well-being, and overall quality of life. It is undisputed that if you have diabetes, your quality of life is a bit affected. There are things you can't do, things you can't eat, places you can't go, things you must be extra careful about certain things. So yes, today we're talking diabetes. Okay, good morning, Dr. Alberta Amu.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. It's been great to have you here online with us on Z101.9 FM. So, Madam, I just read this WHO stats, which said that in 1980, when we were 5.5 billion, 108 million had diabetes. And now, somewhere 2014, 7 billion, the number is moved to more than 4 times. We are now 420 million people suffering from diabetes. Are we losing the fight? What is the problem?
The problem is that we are living longer, of course, and now we are reporting more, so we are seeing the real picture. Now, every part of the world, every region is reporting. So we have better data to be able to inform ourselves what is going on. But really, diabetes, even if you account for all these things, diabetes is becoming an emergent disease that is creating a lot of problems because of its long-term nature and its complications. That's why it's becoming a big issue for everybody. It's very costly to manage diabetes and to keep it from developing complications. The complications will get more expensive. So,
okay, let's start from the very beginning. What is diabetes? You ask the average man on the street, he says it's a situation. I mean, everybody has this idea about it's a sugar disease. What really is diabetes?
Okay, so diabetes, I think we simplified. I mean, our language, it doesn't really do a lot of the definition justice, because we are unable to put in the words that actually will define diabetes as what it is. So we are only looking at the end result, which is the increased blood glucose that we call HGI. So it's really a very complex disease that affects a lot of systems. I'm going to try to make it very simple, and it's a hormonal disease. Diabetes is not. It doesn't start as a sugar. The sugar part is just the glucose part is the end result of a lot of complex diseases, array of dysfunctions that have happened. So you have resistance to insulin action. Insulin is produced by the pancreas. The pancreas is in the abdomen. How do I call it? It's a gland that produces insulin and glucagon. So when you have the dysfunction of the insulin, either the insulin secretion or the glucagon secretion, or the effects of these two hormones, how they affect the body functions, then we get diabetes. the end result of it is excess blood glucose, and that's what we call ACTH. But that's the end result.
Okay. Yeah.
I hope I simple. If it's not simple, please call my attention to it so I can break it
I understand. Yes, I perfectly understand. Now, so it isn't caused by overeating of sugar.
No, it starts actually. We have various types of diabetes, but it starts from insulin. So either the insulin production is affected. So then the cells that produce the insulin are either destroyed. When it's destroyed, you don't have insulin to manage glucose metabolism. Metabolism is how the glucose is produced and distributed in the body. Because without glucose, we can't live. That's what supplies us with the energy for us to be able to maintain body function. So it is very important that we have glucose functioning properly in our body. But the two hormones that actually regulate the glucose functions within the body, which is the number one main one, is insulin. So if its production is affected, or if you, so the insulin is supposed to act on other bodies within the organs and cells within the body to be able to regulate the amount of glucose we have in the body. If the sensitivity of those cells and those organs to actually respond to the effect of insulin, then we have something they call insulin resistance. So if the production is affected, we're going to get problem. If there's insulin resistance, we are also going to get a problem.
Okay.
And then if there's other hormone is also glucagon. If there's inappropriate and extreme production of glucagon, we are also going to get problem. Okay. If you have a mixture of those, we are also going to get a problem. I hope it's simple enough.
No, yes, I mean, so we have two hormones we are talking about now, insulin and glucagon. Yes. And so it is these two that will help us manage our sugar. Okay. Yes. Now, let's find out, what role does lifestyle play in the development? Lifestyle. That's a person's lifestyle, yes.
Okay, so the process of this diabetes, the type 1 is actually autoimmune, and most of the time it's genetic. Or if you have autoimmune disease, that one. So you can't do much about that. It's genetic. But the major group, which is the type 2, is you have two main effects that modulate or that affect whether you are going to get diabetes type 2 or not. And that is genetic and environment. And the environment is mainly your lifestyle.
Okay.
So your parents or your sister or somebody has diabetes, and then your lifestyle too. You live a sedentary lifestyle, and then your obesity, smoking, and all these things. I mean, refined sugar diets which are very high in processed food, of course. Then you are no exercise, you are asking to get diabetes. That's why now we are having it in younger. Those days, I mean, when we were younger, you had to be a young parent before you got diabetes. Now, even in teenagers, we are finding that type 2 diabetes. So,
what do you think is leading to more young people getting diabetes as opposed to those days?
Because of our sedentary lifestyle, we don't do anything. Now everything, we don't go and fetch water. You don't do anything. The water is piped right into your house. You don't go and fetch wood to come and make any fire. The fire is just you put on your lighter and boom, you have fire. And then we are wealthier. There's more wealth. We have access to more food options. And then there's, of course, more food, bad food in our system. A lot of the fast foods and the processed foods. We have more Coca-Cola. Those days, Coca-Cola was only a Christmas a thing for Christmas. Now every day you can drink Coca-Cola, which is just full of processed sugar.
Are we saying our advanced lifestyle has actually led? The more we became advanced and more out in terms of technology and all that, that has led us to become a lot sicker.
No, that's not necessarily, but it gives us the option to become sedentary.
Okay.
So you have more options to become sedentary with advanced lifestyle.
Interesting. Modernity has actually made us a lot more sedentary.
Yeah, it makes it very easy for us to become sedentary because you have a car, you drive right to your office or to your door, you go and sit in the air conditioning, you come back, you are out, you buy your fast food. You don't even need to walk. You do the drive-through, and then you pick it, and then you go home, and then you eat. When you finish, you are tired and you sleep.
Yes, I mean that's what you just described is the life of a lot of us these days.
Yes, especially in the city, and those of us in the urban areas, that has become our lifestyle.
Okay, we're told there are 3 types of diabetes, or even more. There is type 1, there is type 2, and then we are told there is something called gestational diabetes. Could you please help us understand what these are, especially the gestational diabetes?
Okay, so gestational diabetes is basically diabetes that's associated with gestation. Gestation is when you're pregnant.
Okay.
So this is somebody who wasn't really a diabetic, but maybe had pre-diabetes or had altered glucose tolerance or didn't have anything at all. But upon pregnancy, the person now became diabetic. And that's what we call gestational diabetes. And that's why when you go for antenatal care, every time you visit the antenatal care, they are testing for glucose and fasting glucose levels, even if you are not diabetic, because there's the risk of developing gestational diabetes in some people. So that's gestational diabetes. Usually, it's supposed to be reversible if you manage it well.
Okay.
But there are some people who continue to develop full-blown diabetes after the gestational diabetes. Then we have the type 1 and then the type 2. The type 2 we used to call insulin dependent diabetes, and that's infant onset. I think childhood onset, that's what we used to say. We used to define it, but it's more insulin dependent because that one is caused by mainly destruction of the pancreas. Remember I talked about the pancreas.
Yeah, the pancreas.
So when the pancreas, the cells that produce the insulin are destroyed by autoimmune. Autoimmune is, what do you call it? Your body developing antibodies against itself.
Okay.
So if your body develops cells that produce the insulin,
okay,
you don't have the insulin at all. Insulin. Usually the onset is in childhood, but now there are some people who are developing it later in adolescence as well.
Okay, that's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. We are told that one of the things about diabetes, yes, is the fact that it makes the body susceptible to other sicknesses and diseases. Why is this so?
It's just by the mechanism of action, just by what you said. You get it.
Yes.
So by the effect of these two hormones, that's what we have, and then of course the effect of a lot of the blood sugar sitting within the blood in all the spaces within the body. So the effect of insulin insensitivity, the effect of extreme glucagon, and then the effect of either new insulin will have its effect. So these the combination of these things then produce effects on the big blood vessels.
Okay.
They also produce effects on the small blood vessels, what we call the capillary system. So when it destroys the capillary system, that's where you have a lot of the complications of diabetes. So in the kidneys, it's called chronic kidney disease.
Okay.
One of the it will cause hypertension. So basically in every system, in the brain, it will have its effect. It's in the nervous system. What actually supplies our senses, our sensory, the nerves. It will also cause neuropathy, what we call neuropathy. So that is in the foot. It will cause the leg ulcer, and then it will cause gangrene, and then with time it's also going to cause amputation of the feet. In the bladder, and then in the kidneys itself, it can cause urinary tract infections, and then cause further damage to the kidneys as well. So in the chest, the same, it will cause infections, it will cause decreased ability to breathe, and then to supply the rest of the body with oxygen and all of that. So it affects these four main actions are what causes the effects, the clinical effects, and the complications that we see.
Okay. We're told that many early symptoms of diabetes are too mild to notice. But that is worrying. I mean, if the symptoms are too mild to notice, does that not mean that by the time a person gets to the hospital, it might be too late? The thing might have grown into a full-blown disease.
That's exactly what happens. You have described it. I don't need to answer your question.
So what are these symptoms that are too mild to notice, so that listeners who begin to notice will not wait till it becomes severe?
So most of the time, in type 1 diabetes, of course, you because of the effect, you most of the time pick it up early. So those are the ones who weight loss, and then ability, you feel thirsty, like you really are most of the time thirsty, and then you urinate frequently, and then especially at night. That's one of the cardinal symptoms, especially at night. You are urinating more than 2 times. You are urinating 3 or 4 times, waking up at night to urinate. That is a clue for you to go and check. I think that's one of the main clues, urinating, excess urination at night. And of course, if you lose weight and then you can't account for it, go and then check at the clinic. But I think if you have a family history,
okay,
and then if you have a family history, and then you also are above a certain age, you know the age at which your parents was diagnosed, or whoever you are related to was diagnosed, then you have to go and check. Once in a year, if you are 30 years and above, once in a year, it doesn't hurt to walk into a clinic and then have your fasting blood sugar checked. Check your eyes. Check. At times, it's at the dentist. You go for your annual dental checkup. Your dentist will pick up some things and then tell you, go and check. So it's right throughout your opportunities. If you are taking your health seriously, if you take your children to their dental appointments once a year, if anything happens, your dentist will know. If you are taking your children to do their annual eye checkup, if anything is coming up, it's the ophthalmologist will pick it up, and then you will be able to see. If you are also an adult and then you are doing your annual test, basic things, don't do too much. Your blood pressure, your weight with your height, check your urine, do the urinary, what we call urinary, then check your urine, put in a dipstick, and then check what is in your urine. If you can even do these basic things and do a fasting blood sugar, which doesn't take a lot, that alone should be able to pick up the basic hypertension and diabetes. Should you have it, and you will be picked up early so that we can start the management and then you prevent complications.
Okay. Someone had shown me a stat that said that half of all those with diabetes are undiagnosed. What does that mean? I mean, it means what we are walking around. We are walking around with diabetes without knowing.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So usually they will end up coming to the either collapsing from one of the complications or being found at the emergency room. And here in Ghana, it can take a very long time before people who may have suffered for over 5 years, some as long as 10 years before they get that, which is sad.
Is it a cultural thing? I mean, why don't we go get these checkups? I mean, is it an economic decision or what? In your experience, why do Ghanaians don't check up regularly? Why don't we check up regularly?
You see, I think there's some part of sociology, our sociology of health, and then culture to place that. People both and that's a boost that I've never been to a hospital, and which is not right. You at least, I mean, right through childhood, you're supposed to take your child to the child welfare clinic. After 5 years, once a year, you have to take your child to go and see a doctor. Once a year, let an eye nurse or an ophthalmologist check the child's eye. If you are doing these basic checks, somebody will pick something early enough for you to do. If you are an adult, get to the clinic once in a year. Get your blood pressure checked. Get your weight checked. Get your height also checked. And get a urinary and a fasting blood sugar. This doesn't cost much. I think all of this won't cost you over 50 cedis. I don't think so. I don't think it will cost you over 50 cedis. But I think it's something that we need to do as part of our regular lifestyle. And until we get it to that point, the Ghana service is doing its best, trying to put chase compound. We are having nurses going round and then trying to go to houses and then try to check on so that people can be checked at their household level. But I think we also have to make the effort to get to the clinic. When you get it, just ask, can you please check my blood pressure? And can you check my weight and then my height? And then I will want to do a urinary and then a fasting blood sugar. That shouldn't take much time. That shouldn't cost much too.
I find this quite interesting because you talk to people and they will say, listen, what will kill you will kill you. So why will I go and preempt it and say, is that something you've come across in your line of work?
People tell me that it's because people always come to the, and I'm a foreign officer, I do a lot of research. So I'm in the community a lot, talking to people, and I hear all kinds of stories. All kinds of stories that if they don't come to the hospital, doctors won't make money and all of that. And that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Yes, I find that interesting because I have heard it a couple of times that they are just trying to get us to come and so that they chop our money.
Yes, make money out of it. They always tell us. I mean, we go to the computer and it's like, oh, we won't come to us, you guys become rich out of us. That's sad.
Yeah, it is. It is actually sad. Let me find out. There are some misconceptions about diabetes out there, and we need to tackle them. One said that diabetes only affects people with obesity. How do we?
So it doesn't affect obesity. Obesity is a risk factor especially in type 2.
Okay, type 2.
Type 2 and then in gestational diabetes. But in type 1 diabetes, obviously it's not a risk factor. Though the person with type 1 diabetes can also go on and develop type 2 and add to the type 1 as well. If you become obese, it will make it, it becomes a whole mess.
Okay.
But even with type 2, there are some people who are not obese but still have type 2.
Okay. So obesity really is not, it doesn't lead to diabetes always. It just puts you at risk.
It's a risk factor.
Okay.
Yes. So once it's a risk factor, it's not 100% penetration. The fact that it's a risk factor doesn't mean that everybody with obesity will have type 2 diabetes.
Okay. There's another one that said that people with diabetes cannot eat sugar.
And sugar, as in the sugar we eat, there's quite a brown sugar.
Yes.
Sugar is not only for diabetes. This one, let me sound it out. Sugar is useless energy. Nobody needs it.
Oh.
So if you are diabetic, don't eat it. If you are non-diabetic, don't eat it.
Please, can you repeat that? Because that's a heavy statement you just made.
Please, if there's one takeaway, everybody can take it from here. We don't need sugar. Sugar is useless energy. You take it, it goes directly. It's not. You don't. It goes straight into your blood as glucose, and you don't need it. Nobody needs it. No need diabetes. All of us, we don't need it. Once in a while, if you have to, maybe Christmas time, you eat a little cake, fine. Drink some soft drink, a little, fine. But these sugary drinks is not good for anybody, whether you are diabetic or non-diabetic. It's not good.
Doc, so if I bought Hausa cocoa this morning, I shouldn't allow the woman to put sugar inside.
So ideally, we have been socialized to eat sugar as part of our food. I'm sure if you were socialized not to add sugar to your cocoa, you wouldn't have any problem taking the cocoa without sugar. But you have, and most of the time, most of us suffer from sugar addiction. So I think it's something that gradually you have to learn. We all have to learn this habit of eating sugar. But it's an empty calorie. You don't get anything from sugar apart from glucose.
Amazing. So you would say we should take sugar out.
You don't get any vitamins. You don't get any nutrients. There's no fiber. Nothing.
Wow. Is it also because a chunk of the foods we eat end up being converted into some kind of sugar in our system? So we shouldn't necessarily add any sugar to our food because eventually we turn into glucose.
Yes. So it's better to eat complex carbohydrates. When you eat complex carbohydrates like cassava, like plantain, what you are eating complex carbohydrates will be broken down. And those ones, when you eat, it doesn't shoot your blood sugar up.
Okay.
It doesn't cause those spikes in the blood sugar that will create problems for us. It will cause a gradual increase. It won't go too high. And then your body gets the time to digest and to break it down to sugar. And it will be released at the right time for you to use when your body needs it. But when you eat sugar, what happens? Straight. And then your blood sugar will just spike up and it will stay up, and then your body will have to now be scrambling to get insulin to bring it down and all of that. You don't need that.
That's a very interesting statement that we should clear sugar out of our system. I'm sure some listeners will be wondering, and they will send your comments via WhatsApp to 0544 321019 0544 321019. Then let's put the questions to Dr. Amu, who is here with us. She is telling us, Dr. Alberta Amu says, take sugar out of your diet. Okay, let's handle another misconception about diabetes. You can't catch diabetes. It is non-communicable. I mean, is that...
Of course. It's not communicable. So if you have diabetes and I don't have diabetes, then I eat with you. it won't. I mean, I'm not going to get diabetes from that. If you sleep in the same room, I'm not going to get diabetes from that.
Okay.
It's not like COVID.
Diabetes is not like COVID. You won't catch it. All right. So we've dealt with that one as well. Let's also find out that locally, we're told, there are herbs you can use to manage diabetes and even cure. You would see people say we can cure diabetes. You just have to come and we give you some herbs. Is that true? Does your experience speak to that we can cure diabetes with herbs?
Okay, so I am a research scientist. I am a clinical trialist. We trial vaccines, drugs, and all of that. And I will leave this question to the Food and Drug Authority. So far as I'm concerned, the Food and Drug Authority is the one. Even when the drug has gone through trial and all of that, what we do is that we give the data to the Food and Drug Authority. Then they decide that whether the herbal or whatever product is efficacious enough to cure or to manage diabetes. So far, I don't know of any.
Okay.
I do not know of any.
So take it from a public health physician specialist and a clinical research
scientist. I do not know of any that have cured diabetes. Can we cure diabetes? Is not curable, but pre-diabetes, just like I told you, is reversible.
Okay.
That's why we need to catch these people very early. Pre-diabetes, very reversible. We should be able to reverse it and let people live their normal lives. And then gestational diabetes, of course, is also reversible. We need to get these people and be able to help them reverse so that they don't progress onto full-blown diabetes or there is complications.
So this is coming from Jonah. Jonah says, why is insulin/glucagon and C-peptide hardly investigated in diabetics? I don't get the question, but if you could, Dr. Amu, if you could help Jonah out. He says, why is insulin, glucagon, and C-peptide hardly investigated in diabetics?
Okay, so in research settings, these are investigated. I mean, if you're doing a trial with on diabetes, any diabetic drug, you do that.
Okay.
But they are very costly. That's the thing. They are costly, and then there's not, especially with insulin, because the kind of tests that are done is based where I think it shows we should not agree. No, we need to get some kind of agreement. Everybody agrees that these are the level, this is the standardized level that can be used for everybody.
Okay.
So in individuals, of course, it can be when you are doing precision medicine. Those doctors, if you require it, when you go to a specialist, and then your doctor determines that this is the kind of test that will help us manage your diabetes and to follow your progress. But at the population level, these are two different things. Population level is where we standardize the treatments and standardize the guidelines for everybody. At the population level, these haven't been standardized for use, at least in Ghana. But at individual and at precision medicine level, your doctor may ask for those tests, and it can be done.
All right. Someone has also sent, is there any correlation between diabetes and heart disease? I think you've answered it, but if you could also elaborate on that.
What do you call it? Heart disease and diabetes, they are like twins because of the effects I told you earlier about the its effect on the large vessels, its effect on the small vessels, and its effect on lipid metabolism.
Okay.
So the high lipids and the low the high high lipid levels with the macrovascular, which is the big vessels problems, and the small vessels problems. They all combine with hypertension and then arterial disease. And then these combine with cardiac artery diseases. They combine in a synergistic, how do you say synergy, in an addictive. So they add to each other and then they become more amalgamated.
Okay.
And then they cause more heart disease. So one of the key things with diabetes, that's why you need to give them early, is be able to track and then to decrease the cardiac rate. If not, then all the cardiac events line up and then they create problems for the patients.
Okay. So listeners, we are talking to Dr. Amo. Dr. Amo is telling us a number of very interesting things, but there is one big one that I think a lot of my listeners would want us to talk about: alcohol and diabetes. Doc, what is the correlation between alcohol and diabetes? Are we drinking too much into diabetic states, or we should just feel free and drink so long as we are happy?
So as for alcohol, we all know, I mean, alcohol, everybody knows the standard, even for normal, if you don't have diabetes, we know the limits for alcohol use. The alcohol, I think for an adult, the daily allowance is the small beer bottle per day. That's the daily allowance.
Okay.
I think, yeah. And then it has its, so for, what do you call it? It has its equivalent in the other forms of alcohol.
Okay.
Yes. So if you go beyond that, the studies are there. You all know. We all know. You say, I don't have to say it. We all know. We all know. So let's stick to the daily allowances. If it's the 500 ml beer bottle, please stay within that. That's how the studies. This one comes out. It says wine promotes cardiac health. It promotes longevity. It promotes longevity and all of that. Then another one comes and says it didn't see any. It didn't show any difference. And then the risk for all the other things were even increased for cardiac events, for death, for all-cause death, and all of that. So I think the thing is to stay within the recommended daily allowance and be moderate.
Okay. Be moderate in your alcohols.
Yes, and stick to the daily allowances.
Stick to the daily allowances. For those who like beer, it's the small bottle.
It's a small bottle.
Once a day, just a small bottle.
This is slowly and feeling. This is slowly.
So please.
You have there's warning on the beer bottle. There's warning on it.
Dr. Alberta Amu says, please, small bottle and sip it slowly. Sip. Don't gulp it down. It is not good for your health. Sip it slowly. Okay, let's go into someone who has been diagnosed, probably with type 2. First of all, if the person came to you, how were you going to even diagnose the person in your practice?
So usually the person will come, will do your basic screen, and then we'll go into history. So I'll ask you, have you lost weight? Do you have any chest infection? We'll go through the normal, exam. Then I'll examine you. I'll check your feet. I'll check your hands. I'll check your extremities. I'll ask about whether, then depending on your age, I'll ask whether you have any blood vision. Are your sides okay? Are you able to hold things? Everything. How many? One of the questions I ask for me when I do for every adult who sits in my chair is how many times you ate last night.
Okay.
So that will just give me an idea as to where to go. Once I establish that you have some risk factors for diabetes, I will ask for a fasting blood sugar. And then from there, I'll do a urinary. Those are, for me, those are my basic ones. And I'll do a fasting blood sugar. I'll do HbA1c. I'll do your fasting lipids. I'll do your kidney function test. And depends on whether you had done this or you had other things, or the diabetes, I think, is coming from something else. But let's also remember that diabetes can be caused by other things. So if you are on steroid treatment, it can cause diabetes. Some thyroid cancers and thyroid disease also can cause diabetes. So we'll be looking for all of this.
Oh, okay.
Then we do so it depends on what others may be associated with your risk for diabetes. Those tests will also be done. Once I have my test, I'll put all of this together and we sit down, and then we have a discussion. And remember, at times people have diabetes and say, "Oh, it's all there. Oh, and no, it's a partnership."
Okay.
I mean, we can't. No doctor by himself will be able to treat or manage any diabetic properly, unless there's partnership between the patients, at times with the family and the team, the medical team who's looking after the patient. It must always be a partnership. The patient will have to play his part, the family must also play his part, and of course the medical team taking care of the patient will also have to play their part. Everything must be planned together. There should be agreement on the target, on how we are going to manage this, and feedback from the patients, drug adjustments, and all of that. If we don't have that partnership, we will not be able to achieve control.
Okay. I was going to ask you about management. So now that the person has been diagnosed, how does the person manage? But before we go into the management of diabetes, Jonah again has sent, he said, ask her about diabetes 1.5, which is also known as latent autoimmune diabetes in adults. Say, ask her about it. They are about 40%. They are about 40% of the diabetic population. She hasn't mentioned it, so please ask her. So, diabetes 1.5.
So I mentioned it, but just that I just said that there are some with the autoimmune part who present late.
Okay.
So they will present in early adulthood.
Okay. So
instead of in childhood.
Oh, okay. So
if you remember, I said that.
Exactly.
So
you did.
they will present in the early adults, but they are still type 1.
Oh, okay. So they were type 1, but it didn't come out at infancy.
No, but it came
okay.
in adulthood, early adulthood. That was when it came out. And of course, now we are seeing a lot more forms with a lot more people with autoimmune disease presenting late onset of other autoimmune diseases. Now also presenting with with type 1 diabetes. I was reading yesterday about some follow-up, some viral. So somebody may already have an autoimmune predisposition or get a viral disease, especially with this COVID and all the new viruses that are coming. Then the person now develops diabetes on top of that. So in the autoimmune spectrum, a lot more things are coming up, and then with time we are going to be able to define all the range of presentation of autoimmune diabetes mellitus.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
but I also said that somebody with autoimmune diabetes can also develop type 2.
Okay.
And have both.
Wow.
Yes.
Because of the person's lifestyle.
Yes.
That's interesting. So now let's go to the one who's been diagnosed, and how do you manage in my daily life? How will I manage diabetes?
Okay, so Once you are diagnosed, we break the news to you, and then then we have to set out have a plan. So it is a plan. It's not just a prescription that is just thrown at you. So we look at your lifestyle, where you are on the diabetes spectrum, whether you have complications and all of that, and then the plan is put together. So the plan will contain a drug treatment, it will contain food care, it will contain eye care, it will contain kidney care, and any other care that is necessary, dental care, and then it will all be planned with you together. And of course, lifestyle modification. So the lifestyle modification, now sleep is very important. It's not those days that sleep is a predictor of all other, a lot of risk, including stroke. So we want to have you have good sleep, enough exercise, and then of course your dietary and plan. The dietary plan will look at what you do, where you live, amount of money you have, and the resources that you have, and the support that you have, and then it's planned. So if you don't do a lot of vigorous work, you don't need a lot of calories.
Okay.
If you do office work, you sit in there, your calorie plan will contain enough calories to take care of your lifestyle. You shouldn't be eating to live. You eat to be able to provide your body enough energy to live out your lifestyle, and then of course adequate nutrition in the form of minerals and vitamins to be able to, for your body to maintain and to repair. If you are a growing person, of course, for your body to build as well.
Oh, okay. So it's been quite a lengthy chat, but it's been so informative. We've gotten some good sound bites like the sugar. Sugar is useless. And then the beer, one small bottle, and sip it. It's been great having this conversation with you, Dr. Amu. Any final words before we take leave of you, madam?
So my final word is that diabetes is manageable. You can live your whole life with it. It doesn't need to kill you. It doesn't need to create complications and make your life difficult. Let's get diagnosed early. Take your annual, after 25, your annual medical check. It doesn't have to be complex. Find the nearest clinic or facility, health facility near you. Every year, go and get a check and pick it up early. And then when you are also diagnosed, let's stick to the plan. At times you get tired. I've been a diabetic for 10 years. Why do I still have to continue? And then at times we relapse, and then when we come back, there are complications. Please, let's stick to our treatment plan. Even when you think everything is fine, still go and meet with your medical team who is taking care of it. And let's plan with them. Stick with the plan. If you have any difficulty, discuss with them. They are human beings just like you. And the plan is, that's why it's a plan. It can always be modified to suit both medical and patient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, listeners, that has been Dr. Amu, who happens to be a clinical. First of all, let's start from the top. She's a public health physician specialist and a clinical research scientist. Dr. Alberta Amu was chatting with us on diabetes. Thank you so much and have a great day, madam.
Thank you, Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yes, so you heard her. Diabetes is manageable. Go get an early check. All too soon, our show is up. Someone sent me, find the origin of the name Asori down in Dansuman, please. This is too easy. There's a church there. Where do you think the name came from? The church. Yes, that's the origin of the name. There's a church at exactly where the bus stops If you go there, you will find out why they named the place Asare Down. So just be assured, people. Zed in the Morning, Tuesday edition, 16th April. It's a rainy Tuesday morning. Please drive safely. Go do your work. Have a blessed one. And before we leave, as always, pray like it only depends on God, but work like it only depends on you. Jerry Home is out.